Good morning, everybody. It's PsyFerret, the business ferret, and today we are back. Maybe my computer's thinking about it. Okay, we are back, and today we are going to be with some Disco Elysium. So, get a little comfy. Last time we didn't even finish the day. We were so busy. We met with the guy in a container, capitalism hoe, who we did not like, but he did give me money, and therefore it was good. We found out about where our gun is. We found out. We met with Taji? The girl. We met with the girl on the roof. We did that. I mean, we did a bunch of things. Honestly, my mind is so cluttered going, thinking about how we did so much in so little time. I'm just like, can I keep track? No. The recap is not helpful. You know what? Let's just get into it. Talk to Kaji? Yeah, look, I'm never going to be able to participate to that. I don't know why that's still there. I get that one. And we still haven't found that. Oh!
The portal reel is just...
We need to listen to tape in the small...
The portal reel is just what you needed. You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing. Then the organ starts playing a simple, melancholic tune echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in, telling you about the tiniest church in Sessongs, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad. Within seconds you know, this is the one, the real shit you've been looking for. The one you trust your room to that Clasia told you about. Perform it. A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning.
Did I sing this for karaoke? I think I could sing.
Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And you already know the lyrics since you've listened to it like a million times. Yup. They're all here, all 3 verses. And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one obstacle stands on your way.
What?
Gart. You have to convince Gart to let you sing karaoke in the whirling. After you've won him over, you can express yourself. Let the lieutenant watches you pack up the boombox.
The lieutenant's like, I forgot. Kim is like, right. All right. Well, it looks like we need to go talk to Claus J. All right. So there's a couple more things we need to do up here. And we're really just kind of waiting for like evening, night. Oh wait, hold up. Let's talk to Kurt.
Hey, was there something you needed?
I need to sing
No, you
karaoke.
don't. It's not happening.
You need to approach this situation logically. Ask him why he has the PA system installed if you can't use it.
Why do you even have a PA system if no one's going to use it?
It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of 44.
When was the last time you had a... I know it's not a prop, it's for your clients. I know it's used.
Okay, yes, it's for some clients.
I'm a real client. I paid my bills and I have the right to use a karaoke machine.
Ha! Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
It's alright, I have my own.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown. Hard.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair.
I'm having it uninstalled. Oh yeah, time to do the damage.
Can I do it right now?
The stage is... You feel a little dizzy.
So, are you ready for your thing now?
No.
Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
It needs the drama.
The stage is all you feel.
So, are you
Yeah,
ready for
drama.
your thing now?
We will do the shortly. But first, we have to go to... Oh, this room has sad all over it. Reminds you of your own. You feel someone watching you behind the glass door. A woman.
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain?
Titus Hardy gave us a recording where the deceased states his intention to
She
commit rape.
puts her coffee cup down with a soft ring as the porcelain meets the metal table. This does not surprise her.
Did he? I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions. Only that he was never bad to me.
She doesn't care. If anything, she sounds amused.
On this tape, he specifically identifies you as the target.
Where did they get this recording exactly?
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via a de-encryption station. It's authentic enough.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style?
Something to that effect, yes.
The phrase was used.
Yeah. That was practically his pickup line.
A memory surfaces in her tired neocortex. It's not entirely unpleasant.
Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style?
Kohoi was mentioned.
He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Kohoi. It wasn't his everything.
Do you think he was trying to scare people?
No. I'm pretty sure he did all those things. And then had to internalize them to keep on living. Until they just sort of turn into his, what's the word I'm looking for?
She's quite observant about the human character. Trained to observe, even.
Coping mechanism?
Running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchlines got way, way funkier than that. He was like the Seminese conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezut all rolled into one person, then cast in Orani ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower.
Weren't you afraid? And you spent time with this person romantically.
We're all scraping up any happiness we can find, officer. Going around with our little scouring sticks. You, your first love, Mr. Kohoi here.
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things? He and Martinez, I mean?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed He seemed happy, I guess. At ease. As much as a man like him could be.
There is a small measure of pride in her that she could quell the rage in such a being. What kind of man was he? Before you go, ask for details.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested to hear what Titus Hardy has to...
She takes a very small sip of her coffee.
Like, for example,
Actually, officer, I didn't know.
a nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently. He said his real name wasn't his.
Lelystad. That's a good start. We have a few questions you can help us with. A few things of...
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to you. On it, the last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh.
How old was he?
He was 42.
42? Are you sure? I would have had him above 50.
He had many scars that made him appear older. But no. We even celebrated his birthday, like, some weeks ago. It was a funny 2 days. He had little reason to lie to me.
Looks like you were right, officer.
Huh.
Points are good. Have one, you old dog, before we all die.
Better not to mention it.
The young woman looks at you. She's clearly sensing something. A spike in testosterone levels, perhaps.
His eye color?
Blue. Light blue. They were like little blue galaxies, you know? It was strange, seeing those eyes in his fucked up face. Pardon the swearing. I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly. And he had a beautiful, soft voice.
Oh.
Very surprising, what with all the scarring. It was quite something, watching.
He had a combat wound on his chin and mouth?
Yes. Severe. It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile. That...
Ah, yes. His hair?
It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made it oily. Not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone.
I said to put brilliantine on the form. Do I get a point?
No.
But I put it down there.
Okay, sure. Here you go. What else are we missing, officer?
He had a tattoo. Kim is just like, God damn it. God damn it. I mentioned points and now I'm having to pay for it. Yeah, a tattoo. What did it mean?
Oh, that.
It's clear she liked it.
Why, hello, Ivysaur. Duke, 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 duke. Duke, duke, duke. You love this game? I'm loving it right now. Like, it's pretty great. You liked it.
Quite a lot, yes.
What does it represent? Do you know?
It was a map of his life and the places he visited as a soldier. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though.
We're showing off the chicks. How?
How? Imagine him lying in bed. Freakish musculature laid out on the sheets. Scarred, of course. Tattooed. The sheets are dirty for some reason.
For some
Is
reason.
this Orani's lit?
Don't interrupt.
He's smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them. Maybe even thousands. And the woman goes like, "What was this, baby?" And he says, "That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that." So she goes, "Okay, but what's this, baby?" And he's like, "Saw some bat shit there. Killed some loincloths." And so it goes. Star after star, port after port, third world country after third world country. And he's done horrible things in every single one of them.
You were the woman in this.
Oh, yeah.
Can you tell us precisely what these mean?
No, thank you. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant without looking at them.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Oranje needed some people killed, so they turned him into a grotesque killer. For money. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people in the Seminine Islands. And on other islands, too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Change of topic, perhaps?
Perhaps it was communism that got him killed. Oh no, no. Where is Lelystad?
In Oranje, officer. It's, I think municipality is the term. A nowhere town there.
You were almost right, officer. That means his race was occidental, not mondial. I'll update the form.
Lieutenant Shakes is like you just missed a shot in darts. You were both from
Yes.
Oranje?
We were compatriots.
Did that bring you together?
No, he was too old for that. And from another part of Oranjenrijk. I didn't even understand his accent. What brought us together wasn't Oranje. It was bad habits.
Sex, alcohol, no love for Mother Oranje. But wasn't he a soldier? This could be worth pursuing.
Military man, but not a patriot?
No. He left the National Service after they taught him to do what he did on Seminine. He wasn't the flag-waving kind. He was the making money, killing people kind.
I mean, okay.
He was by no means a stupid man. A people person. A small platoon leader. Certainly not a patriot.
You don't seem like much of a patriot yourself.
Mm-hmm. There is nothing on Moindi. The old world is dead, and we both knew it. Maybe Oranje did bring us together. In loathing.
Oh.
I love Revachol, though. I hope she loves me, too.
I think we're finished with this line of questioning.
All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee.
All right, let's return to this later, miss.
Wait, stop. That man, bloated beyond all recognition, was 42?
Yeah, that's what she said.
Below the damage, the weeks of decomposition, all the swollen indignity of mortality. He was 42 years old?
Where is this going?
How old are you? That's where this is going. 45,000 liters of raw alcohol has left its disfigurements. What lies beneath, you wonder? You could ask either one of them.
Miss, how old do you think I am?
Huh. How old do I think you are?
She's buying time to formulate the best answer.
I don't know. 40? I was like 9 when OO peaked. That was what, 19 years ago? I liked them when I was 9. You couldn't have liked it when you were 40. Let's say you were 20-something. 25. A good disco age. 25 plus 19 is 44. I'm gonna say you're 44.
Wow.
You think so?
Look, at the end of the day, age is just a number, you know?
Yes, miss, but for him that number is 56.
Wait. This requires scientific measurements.
I am not afraid of the truth.
To the laboratorium.
Yes?
Nothing.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
All right, hang on. Do we have anything weighing down our... We do, but it'll be ending soon. Your face looks like it's 58 and your body feels like it's 60. Your mind feels like it's lived for 1 day or 100. Both longer than they ought to be. Ooh, the day in a century. But for how long then has this thing attached to your sentience walked the planet's crust? Time to start racking those brains of yours, Elder One. When and where are you born? We have a skill point. Give me that date of birth. All right. Oh. Close. We need the drama. Yes. More drama. Are you new to this game? What's happening? Oh, there's a lot. Oh, you can't be asking me what's happening. Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot. Okay. You know what? We'll try and go over this. So, we are an action detective, or this is a role-playing detective game. We are Detective Amnesiac. We are Detective Amnesiac. We don't know what's going on. We woke up in a drunken state. With literally no clue of what's going on. Actually, when we first come out, we meet this girl. We don't know anything. Honestly, we still don't know much about her. But there's a lot of spoilers about her, who she is and whatnot. So we're not going to go into it too deeply about, anything like that. So we come out and we are so we wake up and we are in this room. This is the room we start in. We are hungover. We are all sorts of messed up. Shoes are missing, etc. We find Kim here downstairs. We are trying to figure out a murder. That is the only part of this goal. We are trying to figure out a murder. And that's a lot. We meet this wonderful character, Gart, who is the manager. This shows up later. We have no idea what's going on with this guy. This guy is just all sorts of weird. But he
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
He's essentially Russian, and he pours vodka. That's all you need to know about this man. So we are trying to solve a murder. Now, so far, here's what we've learned. The murderer, and this is a lot of spoilers, because as we can see, we've done a lot of tasks. Like, a lot of things. We go to the murder profile, or we go and we're learning more about the murder. We find out we are currently in the middle of the strike between a big union on a harbor and a major corporation, surprising nobody. What we've learned so far is that the person who was murdered, we haven't found the murderer yet. We're still looking for them. The person who was murdered was a mercenary who has spent many years being, like, the better part of a decade being a mercenary. The woman who we first meet had a brief romantic relationship with him. But these guys over here are called the Hardy Boys, named after Titus Hardy. and they have openly admitted to beating the crap out of him and claim to have murdered him. But there's some questions and some doubts into that. So honestly, like, we don't have the full story yet. Like, we may have done like 30 hours, it feels like. But we still don't actually know everything. There's a lot of questions still. But there is one question we are going to solve right now. So they are claiming him? That they murdered him? Bag and tag, job done. That's where we get into a political situation. So we are working with what's called the Revachol City. We're city cops. But in the sense that we're city cops is the sense that, one, the area we're in is dominated by the Union. In fact, police haven't been present for, what is it? What do they say? 4 or 5 years? Yeah, so, we're kind of new to the scene. And don't question my attire too harshly. It's very weird. On top of that, trying to arrest these boys will end in disaster because we actually can't put handcuffs on people. What we can do is we can give them a notice to turn themselves into the station, or become wanted under penalty of death, kind of thing. But if we were to do that, the Union will immediately take force on that. And the Union is, by and large, one of the biggest, strongest forces in the area. Because they literally are the biggest source of crime and also crime stoppers in the area. They're essentially the mafia, but also being a labor union. It's really weird. Politically, we can't just arrest them. But we can sing karaoke, which we're going to do right now.
The stage is all you feel.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
All right. We're doing it. We're doing it. Dress code.
The air
We
is
did it!
thick with anticipation. The tape clicks into the carousel, and then the music starts.
I would often go there, to the tiny church there, the smallest church in San,
Oh man, why we gotta be so depressing?
though it once was larger. How the realm may rest there. Down through the mist there, toward the Seven Sisters, toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there, in that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here, looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters at all.
If you fail to check the limbic system things that are said, oh, that's even better. A rather lonely applause echoes mostly.
Yes, not bad at all.
Thank you, ancient reptilian brain. Thanks for bearing with me. I'm gonna go back to work now.
Yes, I'm going to unplug the microphone, okay?
Thank you, ancient reptilian brain. Okay. So yeah. But so where was I? Oh, right. One of the things that we've been learning as we've been going through is that, there's a lot of holes in these guys' story. And there's details that, like, don't quite match.
You again. What is it?
So, like, on the one hand, they claim to do it.
And
nothing. She stands by what she said.
that fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that.
Other people in
tape.
that room heard you sing. Oh, I'm aware.
That fucker wasn't aimed at you. It was at her.
Gold, it was just locker room and talk. It's not evidence. It was dark stuff, but it didn't prove anything, and it didn't change her mind. She pretty much laughed it off, Titus.
Fucking fuckity fucker. And what did she say then? That it's fine. People are supposed to be like that.
Sounds like he wanted it to change her mind about the hanged man. This is definitely personal.
Ooh. It did not come as a surprise to her. She definitely wasn't scared.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Funny. No good goddamn psycho whore.
Seems like they wanted to give Claudia a second chance to play along. She still didn't.
All right.
Yeah, this game's all over.
Right then. I guess it's good then. That fucking.
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors, Titus.
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawman?
You don't have to say everything out loud. Just mix and match.
I think this is personal for you. I think you have feelings for her.
Yeah, they're all queers. Can't bump, hard fist, or anything.
That's all right, Glenn. I just thought I thought anyone would come around if they heard that.
Yeah, that was fucked up.
He wanted her to see the man for what he was. Now that you know, you might want to lay off this topic.
I just got too worked up. Big man lost his shit. It's cool now.
Gotcha. Okay, that's... I think you had a lie plan, but she didn't play
I
along.
asked for your opinion, not a bedtime story. Tell it to your grandma.
This tape was the last chance for her to do what was planned.
But she didn't. She knows she can't lie to us.
Fantastic. So now you remember how to do your job. I'm so sick of this piss. We should get something harder in here.
Yeah, guys. We should get...
Why?
Maybe not then.
Success. They admitted to unlawful collaboration to derail the investigation.
Be straight with me, Titus. What really happened?
I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men too are growing increasingly silent.
Yeah.
Come on, Titus. The stakes are too high here. There will be blood on the streets. The tribunal, remember. I know you're tired. Why don't you just...
You know what? I am tired. I'm tired of you, them, and the whore upstairs. Next time you see her, tell her Titus said,
Fuck on!
that lying, scamming. We're done. Yeah.
On the floor, beer drips out of the can into a small puddle.
What is this quiet funeral shit? All we need is some beers in us. Bartender, 20 beers for the Dock Workers Union.
Why don't we make it 40, huh?
Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
100 beers? Now we're talking. How can you hop over here, cafeteria manager?
The window might be closing. The more beers they get in them, the less cooperative they will be.
All right, we have a 92% chance. 92%.
Convince
Okay,
Titus
whew.
he's being manipulated. You should know by now. Titus Hardy will never falter.
One of his boys will.
Fat Angus, the powerful guy, Mr. All Muscle. The time has come. Put him in the pressure cooker. Just remember, it's about more than Clausia. It's about these men and Martinez, their district, their responsibility. Outside, in the midday sun, ruins. The pavements are cracked and the benches peeling. Newspapers blow in the wind.
That's it then. Case closed. We're going home.
He'll get it. Go on.
Write it down, Kim. In Martinez, they just kill you because they don't like
Got
you.
it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because
Because they like killing.
Yeah, we liked it. It was fun, wasn't it, guys? We had a great time.
It wasn't for your fucking entertainment, Dennis.
they kill you because they think it's funny.
They just hang you like in the Dark Ages. Make display of your corpse. They club you from behind, string you up, and go back to drinking. It's cool, guys. You drag them out back, light their corpses on fire, and piss on them. You don't care.
It
They club you.
wasn't that. It wasn't. We didn't hit him, okay?
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now go in for the...
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do.
Oh, does he?
Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo.
All right. I mean, just ignore Theo. That's a good idea. Or what? You're gonna kill me like you killed him for no fucking
we didn't
reason?
kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was
There
dead
it is.
Shut up, Angus.
He was dead before you hanged him?
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control. Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying.
I left it home. I can't get it. I'm too fucked. I'm sorry.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus. I told you just give her up.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Evrard.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
Oh! Oh! The details! They're coming, boys!
What just happened between these two? You're in. He's all yours. Questions.
Whose idea was it to hang him anyway? Hers?
In a manner of speaking.
What do you mean?
We had help from another girl. It was her idea to hang him, and I liked it for political reasons. It sent a good message.
It's her, isn't it? The drug trafficker, the missing 8th Hardy.
Fella, you think too much. He's off all right. You're gonna hurt your head.
A little too far there, but you're definitely right.
That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway.
You know, it's okay for there to be a Hardy girl, Titus. Can you tell me anything about her?
Nope. You're not getting to her. It's Clausia you want to talk
Clausia. One day I'll remember that. So you didn't kill him, he was already dead.
He nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death. What was it?
We're not sure. Probably a bullet. The wound was difficult to see.
The coroner and his assistant are wrapped in blue. Hands covered in blue gloves. Mouths covered by blue masks. Bodies by blue aprons. The coroner wipes his brow, scalpel still in his hand. Get the light. Shine it in his mouth. He tells his assistant. The coroner squats to better see the light illumines the darkness inside. Well,
So,
shit.
as to why
Can't
we
blame
didn't
the
just
voice
arrest
in
him.
that. Get the saw, Alan. This just got fun.
There was something suspicious about their story, but they claimed it. And now that we've conned them, we know it wasn't them that actually did the murder.
As the girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
Girls plural? There's another girl? 2 of them? Take note of this. They'll probably say more about her later.
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't.
He doesn't think she did. Or at least he hopes she didn't.
What happened Sunday night?
Classier came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? Not in a fun way. It looked like she redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died.
How did you know?
I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only in reverse.
Good analogy, boss.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy too, Angus.
What happened then?
We went upstairs. Sure as day the merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking dirty sheets and bottles everywhere.
He means they'd been fucking?
Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse. We hanged.
Who's Tibbs, the 8th Artie?
Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business.
Oh.
Right now, he's grateful he hasn't gotten his brother into this mess.
If Clausier didn't kill him, why the
You
cover
have
up?
noticed our girl's in some shit of her own.
What kind of shit are we talking
That
about?
can't show up on police radar kind. There are people after her. From the old world. Where she came from.
These people, who are they?
They're powerful. Connected to the Morlintern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she showed up in your systems, she'd be ghosted away.
Oh, good.
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing.
So who killed the merc then? Any leads?
Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's a clue.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them. Either hers or his.
I mean, that makes sense.
I mean the people after Clausia. Maybe the shot missed. Maybe it was meant for her.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
And you had ideas about his past, too?
I do. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns, training, years of bad blood, probably. Or it could have been someone else from Crenell. Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do.
He's calmed now. Threw all that turmoil away. And these theories, not bad. Don't buy either one, but still, this guy's not as dumb as he looks.
I'm sorry I made you guys
Me
fight.
too.
Can we
The
did it?
lieutenant gives a smile only you can see.
Thank you for this, Titus. I'll go talk to her for the last time.
Hey, cop. Before you go.
Suddenly, the wind picks up outside.
Okay.
You hear it rattling the large windows in their frames. It carries newspapers, circles the whirling in rags in a warm column.
She, Clausia, came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she refused that protection. But
Still, after all this headache,
You would still prefer if we didn't take her away?
that's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of ruins and some cargo containers.
We'll take that into account.
Oh, we finished that.
wasteland
Yes!
reality.
Finally, this thought's done.
Congrats, you're sober. It will take a while for your body to remember how to metabolize anything that isn't sugar from alcohol. So you're going to be pretty ravenous soon. Eat plenty. You can expect your coordination and balance to improve in a couple of weeks. In 2 months, you might start sleeping like a normal person. Full
So you got the
recovery
sobriety
will
thought?
take years,
Yes.
though. It'll be depressing, and it'll be boring. Don't expect any further rewards or hand claps. This is how normal people are all the time.
Wow. Oh. Oh, I don't like this. Insomnia, sober, -1 physical instrument, -1 inland empire, -1 suggestion, ugh. +1 psyche, return of the self, no positive effects from alcohol. I'm actually tempted to forget this. Oh no, it's fine. Never mind. Because, well, I lost 1 of suggestion. I gained 1 from the psyche base, so it's fine. It's fine. Okay, it's about even. That's fine. Okay. All right. So we've now learned more things. Oh my goodness. All right, we gotta go back upstairs and talk to her.
It's always good to see you.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
The Hardy voice told us what really
I
happened.
understand.
You don't look surprised. You were expecting this?
I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. It's what you do. You're the police. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for wasting.
This is good. Clear the air first, between you two. Is it? Shush, I can't hear what she's saying.
If you knew we would find out eventually, why did you waste our time?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into.
I used to love Titus and Glacier until I had to go back and forth between 3 or 4 load screens. I mean, the load screens don't last long enough for me, so it doesn't matter. They're trying to help me out of the mess I gotten into. I'm satisfied with this explanation.
I am not.
You're right. You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again, where the cold oceanic expanse lies, and behind it, another world.
Is that why you're looking over your shoulder? You're afraid of the moral intern?
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts.
What did you do?
Just business. But bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will...
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
Nothing to do with her? You'll be the judge of that. Actually, this murder did have a little to do with her.
What did you do to have these people after you?
It's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Revachol, or even in Oranje.
What exactly did you do?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again.
Okay.
With a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting.
I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you.
The job was Lewsdoen County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lewis-Scott conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them.
But she really destroyed them. She still feels it.
Oh.
As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too, along with Lewis-Scott and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive.
Ah. I'm sure there are people who have done much worse. Serves them right. When I am king, the saving banks will... You're right, this is bad. You destroy what people have built. That's a lot of shit, yeah.
It is. Many people lost their jobs. Not just C-suite. Ordinary people. What I did to get to accounting, a lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my...
That can wait. Look into her eyes. There's more.
What did you do?
One of them killed themselves because of me.
She says it quickly, like she's said it 100 times to herself to get used to the idea, out of guilt.
That's not easy to deal with.
How do you deal with anything? It's all just... How do you do it?
By not remembering a single goddamn thing. I don't either.
There you have it. The way of the warrior.
What happened here the night he died?
We were there. Together. In bed, I mean.
Tell me exactly what happened.
He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him.
Well, that's awfully
I heard
descriptive.
the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open. Dumb. I could see. I could...
A great pain moves through her, a dark and indefinite wave. She continues in spite of it.
I knew he was dead. Before he fell down on top of me.
Then what happened?
He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs. I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one. It never came.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
I'm sorry this happened to you.
So am I.
She throws it away, and immediately...
What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible.
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off, much more than usual.
Titus said you looked pretty high.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Good thinking. Clear your head. You should clear your head. Get into his mind.
Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this?
No.
What did you do then?
I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot. Just a little. He was still on the floor, slouched.
Oh,
I couldn't be there with him anymore. So I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there.
Run, woman. Run past them and out into the streets where it's dark and people move. To the lorries at the intersection, as far as you can.
Why didn't you run away from here? As a matter of fact, why are you here now?
I already ran. I ran from an entire Isola. I can't run any further. Not with these people. This is as far as it gets.
What happened after you ran downstairs?
Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong.
Ruby?
Ruby?
Oh, good. I'm glad both of the end game were like, wait, who? Who's Ruby?
Ruby. You know, the leader.
The leader? Of what?
The Hardy Boys.
I thought Hardy was the leader of the Hardy Boys.
Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer.
Oh!
Would you say she is the 8th Hardy Boy?
Why not?
There it
Does
is!
she also party with Ruby, however?
Did you party with Ruby too?
No.
Still, there is something there. She won't tell you now.
Okay, let's go on. What then?
Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation, that I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told.
Makes sense.
She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him upright.
To mislead you, they were tampering with the body.
To produce lividity, matching a hanging?
Yes.
We completely missed the tampering. Looks like you got there in time. What was this, 20 minutes after death?
Oops.
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood...
Hey!
You know what he does.
Then what did you do?
Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out.
Okay.
I knew what they were going to do. Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would.
What did you do while they were hanging
Ruby
him?
said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low or something. So I did.
Where is Ruby
I
now?
don't know. I haven't seen her since.
We will need to take this question to the heart.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much trouble to hide something someone else did? There is something suspicious about that theory, but you can't put your finger on it.
When it happened, did you hear a
When
gunshot?
he was shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding.
The gunshot wasn't that loud. This is something to keep in mind when assessing the distance of the shot.
Did you kill Haley? No. But the people after you have killed him.
That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break. I thought they
And?
found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me.
Either way, something to consider.
We can't go after loose cap. Not yet. There are other, saner leads.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from there.
Why did you call the cops if you're
Because
hiding?
I'm an idiot.
That was pretty
Which
fast.
is an indicator of truth. Idiot. She's nothing of the sort.
So you would have us believe, but you're not.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting. And then they picked his clothes off, and that little fucker threw stones at him. He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud, thud. So I called you. I hope with all my heart it's not the last thing I do in Ravishol.
Oh.
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have been a lie. That is impossible.
When was the window changed?
Last week. Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it.
Oh, Angus and Titus are brothers.
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct the scene. It's right there.
In her bedroom? Inside?
Yes. You see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye.
What? Why would I put myself through this? Insanity. He wouldn't have died if it weren't for me. I know that. But I wouldn't.
All kinds of crazy things happen when drugged. It could have been a desire murder. He was a serviceman. He must have had a gun. Somewhere. Like now, you guys suddenly have theories pouring out. And obviously just stabs in the dark.
Yeah, no, none of that. All right. You must. Did you use that?
I specifically asked him not to carry firearms when he was with me. He only had his stupid armor.
Okay, we're done here.
Like what?
She nods. He's thinking. Or maybe you should take her to the station for safekeeping. No, that won't be necessary. Just leave her alone. She's been through multi-face. I'm beginning to doubt your judgment. Are you sure you're not sleeping on the post? You have to wake this one up with force if you want to continue pushing her.
All right. Hold up. It wants drama. It wants the drama. I mean, at this point, I might as well keep that shirt on. I wish there was an easier way to sort through clothes. +2 drama. Oh man, we were playing without the bow tie. Ooh. Okay. We have the drama.
I was just thinking, what a nice evening it is for taking part in a murder investigation.
Drama legendary. In God's name, wake up.
Who?
Oh, we did it.
Dear God, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not candid at all.
Oh, God.
She's smoke and mirrors and willow wisps. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately before she further entangles you in her web of lies.
Your real name isn't Clausier Amandu.
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real name, not when people are after you.
Okay.
Okay, what?
Okay, it's not.
I knew it.
You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. So I lied. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. I'm so tired of it.
Was the passport bullshit too? That passport you keep hidden?
No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reeds. It just doesn't say Clausia Amandu. It says Anouk Mea Smith.
Falsified documents?
Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer. I can't even use them. My employer probably leaked the name, Mea Smith, to hurt me.
Ugh.
Why would they do that?
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something to me. The job was finished. I'm just a liability now.
She fears an arrest right here and now. This has been an awful turn of events for her.
Where is this buoy?
West of the boardwalk, in the reeds, on the coast there. I put it there when I first arrived. Haven't been there since. I'm not sure it's useless.
West of the boardwalk? We have to check this buoy
The
out.
lieutenant makes a note of it.
You're welcome to it. It's in the reeds northwest of here, past a broken sewage pipe, right near the waterline.
Tell me your real name.
Katarzyna Lazie.
Could it mean Glazia is an acronym for Katarzyna Alazie?
I mean... Wait, Clausier is an abbreviation of
It was a sentimental thing. I wanted to be more me here, this time. So I used my nickname.
A nickname? Who gave you this nickname, Glazia?
Who gave it to
A
you?
teenage boy. 1,000,000 years ago.
I'm gonna keep... Finally we meet Katarzyna.
She nods. Her round eyes meet yours. She nods. Her back straight, ready for whatever is next.
I think you didn't make that call to
I
the station.
did. What is this? I called your desk or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 8-100-2 for emergencies. There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking. She took my complaint.
That is the emergency. Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and calling the desk.
What time did you make the call?
Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12.
It checks
Okay.
out.
Anyone could have known the number, and that someone coughed. It means nothing.
But I know the time of the call, too. I know I have...
You sense a little hesitation there, or maybe even fear. Welcome to the Wake Up Club, brother.
Kim, why have we not arrested her yet?
There may be grounds here, at least for an extended detention.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around.
What if I told you you're under arrest?
But I haven't done anything. Anything illegal.
She purposefully misrepresented information. Fucking mind games. Enough.
Wow, I haven't seen you in forever, Half-Light.
That's right, gang. Stern and merciless now. Stern and merciless as we reel her in.
You misrepresented information about the case without the Hardy's confession. We know
The
nothing.
lieutenant produces a pair of handcuffs.
Please, no. I think I know who did it. Who shot Lely. I can tell you. I can help you.
What do you know? Who shot him?
She's silent for a second, as if looking into herself for certainty. Then, in a hushed voice, she says, gearing up for this betrayal is hard for her.
Ruby.
Why do you think it was her?
She has this thing for me. Ever since I met her and the boys downstairs. She's been pretty frank about what she wants.
I mean,
What
fair
she's
enough.
saying is sex.
And what is that?
Sex. And more. I made the mistake of confiding in her. I told her I was on the run. She started protecting me. It became an unhealthy relationship.
And this is the drama I live
for.
for.
With Lely. She told me to end it. Said there would be shit if I didn't. It was not a good meeting. We stopped talking after that, but...
I don't understand. What exactly in your relationship made you think she's romantically interested in you?
She said she's in love with me. She even asked me to run away with her when I told her I'm a fugitive. She started developing notions about our relationship.
And you led her on?
A little. I was flattered, you know? But then I had to let her off, and it was not easy. I came to regret being friendly with her. We maybe kissed, nothing more.
Yes, but what was their relationship outside this unequal power dynamic?
What was the relationship like before this
We
conflict?
spent a lot of time together, listening to the radio and such. She had great milieus, and she was good company. I was sorry it had to end.
What was that question about? She's feeding her friend to the wolves here.
Sounds like she fixed it. Was
This is
fixated.
just an assumption.
I know what it sounds like. That's why I didn't want to tell you before. But she knew what had happened when I came downstairs. Somehow, she knew Lely was dead.
I mean, so
She
did
wasn't surprised at all.
Titus.
When we came up here, she was calm as a stone, too. She cleaned it all up like she had a plan.
This is a familiar theory. You had it too, remember? Could it be that Ruby was covering up after herself? The lynching?
And how could she have killed him?
She could have had access to the roof. You've noticed that door there, right? Maybe it leads downstairs. She could have come to the roof through that, then taken the shot right here, where I stand. It was dark outside. I wouldn't have seen her.
Then slipped back downstairs without anyone noticing? That is possible.
Interesting theory. Did she know that door exists? Had you been out there with her?
Yes, of course. She's been up here many times, jacking private stations off the ring antenna.
Oh, okay.
She used to come here to drink on the roof with me, before it got weird.
When Ruby said there would be shit happening if you didn't end your relationship, was she
She
threatening
came
you?
over one night, drunk, said she'd turn my life into a living hell. I've been threatened before, so I can tell when someone knows how to do it. And she's a pro. She must be. To keep the Hardys in line. I tried severing ties with her after that. I thought it had worked, but...
Some of that fear is still with her. What are you talking about? She's afraid you'll arrest her.
That's it for Ruby.
And what? Arrest the liar now. Why?
Damn it, drama.
She told us some pretty interesting things there.
Who?
Her. Stop letting her distract you.
Alright. I'll keep you here, miss, for now.
Thank you. Thank you. You won't regret it.
Something tells you you will.
Let's talk about you and
She
Ruby.
nods.
Okay.
Never mind. I just wanted that color to be away. Let's change the subject for the time being.
She slowly. You are. This is not the end of this.
Lies.
Yes, we demand. She slowly.
Alright. Never mind.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
Alright. That was physical instrument. We'll take that. +1 to physical instrument. Wait, it was physical instrument, right?
The same small.
Yeah, physical instrument. Okay. Yeah, let's not put that on. We have just +1.
The same small, heavy door. No lock
8%
in
chance.
sight.
We're not likely. Wait, was that a green or a red? I'm confused.
Something cracks inside.
Oh my god, we were successful! It was a double 6!
It is an unbelievably satisfying sound,
Nice.
filling you with a belief in your own body.
Oh!
Sounds like the property damage wasn't in vain, at least. Would it
I
hurt
thought it
you,
was
Kim?
I thought it was an Aces High moment, Kim.
I don't know about that.
It totally was.
Let's see. We are saving! Save! Save! We did it! We did it! Okay. Oh, we got... There's a tiny hole in the wall. You see a bedroom on the other side.
You can almost see the shape of a man and a woman writhing inside, bathed in drug sweat and dirty linens. Bottles lie around everywhere.
I think I can see Clausier's bedroom from here.
You can barely see through. Better not to jump to sensationalist conclusions. The footprints on the floor, however, definitely suspicious.
Boring footprints.
I'm so excited
I want
about
to
breaking
jump
that door.
to sensationalist conclusions.
What were these people doing in
You
there?
lean closer to the peephole instinctively. I bet they're doing something quite unnatural there.
Finish that thought.
You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop floor.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
Someone's been here within the last week or two?
3 weeks maximum, from the dust coverage. It could easily have been 1 week too. You know, officer.
This is good. He likes it. There's a little smile there, in the dark of the workshop.
This isn't bad at all. It was a good idea to see where that door leads. Commendable work bringing us to this place.
Okay, what does this mean?
It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route, leading to the roof. The roof from where you can shoot our victim. This is significant. These prints, officer, could be the prints of our killer. And if not, at least they're a good argument for this Ruby doing it, to present to Titus.
Let's have a closer look then.
Large prints, most likely made by Boots. The size is hard to determine. Sole could be bigger than Vamp. The soles have left a pattern, uniform, horizontal line. One person has been here. They've gone back and forth. The tips point both ways.
The prints look like one person went back and
Between
forth.
that and that.
He points. Okay. This print doesn't look like the old odd-sold print we found.
No, these little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me. Or some kind of foreign print. Hard to say. Still a boot, though.
This doesn't look like that odd-sold print we found
The
at the
size
Hague.
looks about the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they could be the same person. I wouldn't rule out Ruby coming here yet. This isn't an argument against her. People change shoes, you know? But it's not an argument for her either.
Everything around you is quiet. The print.
I'm so proud of myself. This pinball machine has been taken apart and gutted. +1 empathy and +1 hand-eye coordination. Oh my god. Schemes for a pinball machine. Futurism themed. Boxes of tools and replacement parts line the shelves. Small windows taped shut with black plastic. You can't see outside. This is...
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue.
This door is connected to the one upstairs, but how do we get
There
through?
must be a key somewhere. Probably somewhere in the whirling. It's not too important. We can get in and out using the roof door.
Oh, no, NB. The spare key is tied to the bush outside the corner room window.
Over there, in the corner.
Pinball machine?
Not just any pinball machine. This is the pinnacle of pinball. Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats. It's lit. You can't wait to get your hands on it. Lit, a phrase almost synonymous with the Insulindian pinball scene. Any pinball scene, really.
Kim, are you seeing what I have seen?
The pinball machine. Gordy's Goats, a classic.
Wait, you played it?
A little.
Feels like a lot. Too much to play it again.
Let's take a look, closer look.
Ah, great.
Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats reads the golden lettering on top of the back box. There's a small column of text underneath. The machine is coined. Get the game on, Fingerboy. Those flippers are ready.
Lean closer to read the text.
Above the painting of a mustached man climbing a hill, a column reads, inspired by the legend of Cornelius Gordy, taken on the world's tallest peak, Corpus Mundi. The Mesk legend holds that when the nation is in danger, heroic Gordy shall return and save his people.
Inspect the playing
The
field.
theme of the game is to explore Gordy's climb through the perspective of goats and to ascend to the top of the mountain in a time of trouble.
Okay.
The peak of the mountain is at the top of the playfield. All the balls have small goat icons on them and represent the goats as they race up and down the mountain. Areas around the playfield represent Gordy's climb, places he was said to have camped, which the goats can discover. Get them to the summit.
What's with all the goats?
Indeed. Think of them as balls.
All right, we've got 220 coins. Let's go ahead and put in one.
It takes a while to get into a rhythm, but pretty soon you're able to keep 3 goat-faced balls in play with relative ease. Go, go, Fingerboy.
I feel sorry for the gods. If they only knew the kind of guy old Cornelius really was.
Continue playing.
Your game is definitely improving. The jolly goats are flying all over the board, and although a few plummet to their deaths, you're never left with less than 3. Suddenly, a special passage leading to the summit slides open at the top of the board. This is where the balls need to go.
Concentrate and aim for the narrow passage.
Maneuvering a goat ball into a position for a perfect hit isn't easy. More fall to their deaths. But finally, the opportunity presents itself. One of them gets through. Tiny hammer shatters something inside the machine. Something glass. An ampoule? The words "pale rupture" light up on the speaker panel, and the machine starts filling with a thick, milky fog. Something's happening.
Congratulations. This is where the game ends. It's a cheap way of getting more money out of the players. A stupid, nihilistic finale.
There's so much fog, you can barely see anything. Some is actually leaking out of the machine, and one by one, your goats start slipping, disappearing into the milky nothingness. This can be navigated. The balls leave almost imperceptible disruptions in the fog. You're down to your last goat, going mostly by sound. Eyes are useless at this point, but that goat is something special. 5 times you snatch him back from the jaws of death.
Why do they even make games if it's impossible to win? It can be done, just watch.
I've seen it before. Played it too. You will eventually make a mistake and then it's all over.
Oh, God. All right. I'm not wearing the right clothes for this.
Wondering the same.
There goes nothing.
We have clothes that improve our reaction speed, right? Oh, we have clothes that definitely take it down. Oh. We don't have any clothes that improve reaction speed. I thought we did.
The machine is dead and silent. It needs.
Oh, and we missed out on it. Oh. All right. But
this small elevator is dimly smells of nougat and sweat. The maintenance card under the control panel reads, This elevator must have been used to transport pinball machines to and from the upstairs workshop.
It says last maintenance was in 88?
It does. I say, let's brave it.
This elevator was last maintained in 88. This elevator was maintained a long time ago.
Century. Look on the bright side. If it fails, we will only sustain minor injuries. I'm talking 3, maybe 4 months in the hospital.
It appears his whole enthusiasm is sarcastic.
Oh. Close the doors and go up. Alright. But
So this is where they brought 40 pinball machines to fix them up. A long time ago. The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the shelf.
looks like they gave up on fixing pinball machines at some point.
At some point, 20 years ago, 15 maybe, before pinball went out of vogue.
It used to be a pinball
Looks
workshop.
like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hostel. There are machines left over.
A creak.
Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works. I've seen one of the hardys bang away at.
Remember the dice maker? Then that means...
Whirlingham's Rags was once the East Delta Pinball Arcade. This is all that's left over.
Yes, as the novelty dice makers said. This has absolutely nothing to do with the case, I'm sure. But
then it went bankrupt. Your skin crawls from making the connection.
Does this mean the Whirling and Rags really is part of the Doom commercial
if
area?
that's true, then our cafeteria manager is not going to like it. We should tell him what we found up here. Omitting. He does not appear to be the kind of man who likes his establishment to be part of a neighborhood ghost story about bad.
Stupid superstition. But still, it would be interesting. It's not a ghost story. It's a curse, and God ought to be made knowledgeable. So...
Alright. So we need to keep an eye out for bushes. Because one of the notes we found says, "You love my outfit? I love my outfit too. It's great." I haven't found any glasses I actually want to wear. Close the door. Thank you. Okay, there's no bush here. No, I don't want to talk to Kim right now. Oh, it's 2200. Oh man. All right, in a bush. All right, there's Kazier. There's Kuno. We don't care about Kuno. No one cares about Kuno. All right, in our journal, we have 2 things that can happen in the evening. Someone's been running around with your side on pretending to be a police officer. You must meet her near the old fish market at 2200. There was something else. That happened at 2200. I wish I remembered. At the Cape Side Apartments, that's what it is. Book appears to be erotica, but without actual erotica. Damn, that's just disappointing. Something beautiful. There's my contribution to the art world.
Give me a moment. What?
Would she understand if they did?
How about any unusual activity that taking place after hours, say after
If it ain't
2200?
my business. I think we'd all be better off if.
I mean, you know, she's not wrong.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Was it this? No, this is her place. Uh-huh.
As you approach the metal grill, you can hear, this must be it. Beyond this door lies the beating heart of radical communism. Somehow, the night air softens the smell of trash.
Yes!
and sea brine.
We're communists!
As the breeze pulls through the canvas like a shuttle through a loom, you catch a hint of something unexpected. Something earthy, warm, and burnt. The acrid smell of failure. No, that's just slightly burnt coffee.
Just look at these pigs sniffing about after hours.
Why didn't you
Must
say?
have slipped my mind. You know how it goes.
The metal grill, you notice the lieutenant is looking uncustomarily anxious. His posture is rigid. His right hand hovers near the zipper of his jacket.
You okay, Gim?
I'm fine. I was practically born to infiltrate underground communist cells. Which is just to say, we should be prepared for any eventuality.
Try to
You can
listen.
make out two voices, both.
Careful with those now. I have it. It's going to work. I can feel it.
Bang on the grill.
The clang of metal reverberates all along the scaffolding. The voice is coming from the other.
Who's there? Is that you, Maurice?
Are you all? I'm looking for some
Who said
communists.
communist? Did we say communist?
Listen, I've already built like 0.001% of communism.
For a moment.
What's the passphrase?
It's remember Dobriva and Abadanaz.
There's no response. You begin to wonder. No, they're still there.
Alright. The key's taped to the back of the door frame. Just make sure you put it back when you're done, or we'll all be locked. And don't wash the concrete. It just kind of...
Charmant.
Have fun at your underground meeting.
The two young men are either oblivious to or ignoring your entrance. Their attentions are fixed on whatever it is they're stacking in the middle of the matchboxes, it appears.
I think it's holding, Alexis. It is. Careful, careful.
Ouch.
Damn, hardly any difference. You two.
They should know the meeting starts at 10 p.m. sharp.
You weren't exactly easy to
That's
find.
the whole point, of course. We can't just have anybody waltzing in here. Martinez is crawling with there are RCM spies, for one. Just recently, someone even broke into my apartment, if you can believe it.
That would be me.
To say nothing of Gottwaldians and Iconoclast.
The young man's companion reflexively snorts at the mention of God.
We all have to take precautions, especially during these delicate times. What matters is that you've made it, and that you've done the reading.
Uh-oh. No one said anything about reading. You'll just have to wing this one.
The reading, yes, I've definitely done
You
that.
have? Excellent. Let's hear your critique then.
Too many
Too
words.
many words?
Yes, but if the writer just cut a few, I'm sure it would be fine.
Doesn't sound like they've done.
Well, this is getting awkward. I'm not sure.
There's profound consternation.
Maybe they can explain themselves.
What were you doing with those matchboxes?
The young man frowns at the little pot.
Nothing. Just messing around until they meet.
They're watching those matchboxes awfully intently. For two guys, it's almost as though they were trying to create the most unstable structure they could, with predictable results.
What exactly are you two doing
In
here?
the most generous sense, I would say we're cultivating revolutionary consciousness.
Yes, that's probably.
But more specifically, we are running a reading group. The most rigorous and theoretically advanced materialist reading group in Martinez.
Comrade Steban is a great discussion leader. One of the best at the university.
It's obvious they take this group of theirs extremely seriously. Whatever you do, don't compare it to a common book club.
Is this where I can square off in theory
We have
combat?
been known to get into some spirited debates, but it's always in service of our larger
Precisely. We are not interested in senseless parroting. We like to read critically.
within the contours of Mazovian historical materialism, of course.
I didn't realize they taught radical Mazovian theory in universities.
As though you can call that problem teaching.
One thing you learn quickly at university is that you're not going to find a real education in any lecture hall or discussion.
We are post-attendance, basically.
Exactly. The only worthwhile part of the so-called École Normale de Revachol is the library. That's where we've made our greatest critical strides.
I think I get the idea. Let me. What is?
Go ahead.
Does this reading group have anything to do with the lynching?
No. We're not an operational cell.
We think of ourselves as more of an intellectual vanguard.
Are there any operational communists in Martinez?
No, unfortunately. The communards were hunted down and killed nearly to a man. All that's left of them are bones and old rifles.
Like this one.
His companion's eyes widen as you hold up the ancient weapon.
Yes, like that one. I wonder how many of these are still lying around in cellars or sealed up behind the masonry. Can I hold it?
Sure.
It's heavier than I was expecting.
I mean, it doesn't work.
The attitude of a priest bearing one of the holy relics of his faith. Though it is long out of service, its power is evident to him. When he's finished, he returns the rifle to you with a nod of appreciation.
Where's the rest of the
What do
reading
you
group?
mean? This is the reading group.
So there's just two
We're
of you.
in something of a rebuilding phase.
Some of our former comrades didn't have the ideological fortitude our work demands.
What happened to them?
Intellectual attrition is maybe the best way to describe it. Felix said he couldn't keep up with the reading on top of his classwork. And Susanna wanted to read text other than Mazovian theory. Like novels, if you can believe it.
Imagine the audacity of wanting to read a novel in a reading group.
Maybe you just haven't found the right group yet.
We've tried recruiting new members, but unfortunately the current intellectual climate is pretty hostile to inframaterialist thought. These days, if you're on the left, the ascendant schools are the Godwaldians and their econo...
Don't forget about Maurice and...
Right. Then there was the whole turnip debacle.
Whatever this turnip business is about, one thing is perfectly clear. You could learn a thing or two from them. If you can convince them, you're one of them.
What's about
They're the most
Platonians?
depressing school of communism. They love writing long books with a patina of Mazovian theory to cover up their cheap psychologizing.
A gang of cheap psychologists and intellectual midgets. Typical Gottwalders, in other words.
It's okay for Uli to say that, because his dad is from Gottwald.
What's
Do you
about
think all the
psychology?
problems in the world can be reduced to repressed sexual urges?
No, of course not. That's reductive in the extreme. 1000% yes.
Probably
Well,
not.
there you have it. You see, the Gottwald school look like communists. They talk like communists. But scratch the patina and you'll see beneath that they're just depressed liberals who've read too many books. For starters, they love talking about beans.
Beans?
That's right. Iconoclasts are obsessed with beans. They love thinking about beans. They love counting beans. But most of all, they love building models to predict how many beans there'll be in the future. They're by far the most beans.
Ah yes, the much maligned bean counters, ensconced in their think tanks and high-rises, believing they can save the world through a series of incremental, assiduously technocratic reforms.
Are the beans a metaphor?
If only. They've got all the beans accounted for in their asset sheets, their quarterly budgets, their future projections. But for some reason, there are never enough beans to go around. So we've just got to cut our bean rations in half.
And next thing you know, there are budget cuts. So now we've got to cut the bean rations in half again. You see, iconoclasts claim to be communists, but in reality, they're just liberals with hard-ons for spreadsheets.
I've heard enough. This
We
reading group
typically only accept new members once per semester. There's this whole process with essays and presentations, but given that we have some extra seating at the moment...
Stepan, you can't be serious.
I am serious. As materialists, we've got to adapt to conditions as they are. Besides, assuming he's even still interested, that is.
Is it getting warm in here? There seems to be a little pool of sweat forming in the depression of your lower back.
It's because I don't do well in interviews.
You're terrible at them. The thought of everyone looking at you...
They're just a
let's
couple of
be
kids.
frank, they're probably way smarter than you. You, of course, if you're nervous, the hardest part will just be working up the...
Everything all right, gendarme? You look a little... Sure.
Yeah, we're done here. Coffee. No war but class war. A rickety easel surrounded by the... Cindy's, no doubt. Could it be the Phasmid? No, probably not. Whoa, wait a minute. What's that? We're taking it.
Hello again, officers.
Catch you later, Cindy. All right. Not quite how I expected the communist revolution to go. I'm kind of disappointed. But it's okay. Now we gotta go to the old fish market. All right, down we go. Right. And since we're out here, we should probably look for the buoy.
The trap is full of locusts, but they poor things.
Now, I have no idea where it actually is, though. All right, it is not that way. I want to know how the developers put so much content in such a small map. Like,
This is it, the scene of the party. The fire pit, cigarettes, and empty bottles all evidence it. Not as such. I'm talking about what came after.
yeah, sure looks like a lot of parties.
Looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point, like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
Looks like we found a couple of party codes. This was some kind of theater to them. A circus production by a great clown.
Hey, let's keep moving, detective.
Somehow.
Ice off the coast is crackling, shifting. Oh no, hold hold up. We've been in there. There's nothing in there. Hey, girl. How's it going? And that's the mama. Oh, no, that's where we're staying now. The best drunkards in the game. Abby, don't call Abigail. An autosave. Love to see it. Little black swallow circles are above you. You hear its chirp. We need...
A few locusts trudge along the wall of the trap. The rest, poor things.
Oh. Man, that just makes me
The
sad.
trap is filled with dead and dying locusts. Most of them aren't moving. Poor thing.
Alright.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
I feel bad that we're looking over the locust traps and, like, they're all just dead and dying. Like, it's what we expect, but it's still sad. What's this? Could this be the boy? Oh, hey, we found it.
A metal and plastic contraption bobs up and down amidst the tremor.
That over there must be the boy class you told us about. The one
You lift the boy out of the water without much effort. It's not tied to anything. The cords dangling from the bottom appear to have been cut.
Examine the
number
plastic
11
vault.
has been written on the yellow plastic. It hasn't been in the water for very long, but it's already discolored and slimy with silt. A latch holds it close, but only just.
simple construction. Very.
There's something in there. It smells like you would expect it to smell. A concentrated version. The water a shot
Oh, but the
glass's
boy.
worth of seawater pours out. Some algae.
Well done.
We're lucky it's still here. A little longer and it would have floated away.
We still got here too late. There's nothing of use here anymore.
Who do you think took him?
I have no idea.
This is a minor quirk. We know what was in the buoy anyway.
Or think we do. This is a small loose end, either way. Not important, I hope.
Could this be related to the cryptozoologists and their little
In my
expedition?
experience, cryptids are generally uninterested in travel documentation.
You could ask the miss what she thinks. Later, if you have the time. Though you doubt she'll tell you much.
Alright, we're just not moving fast at all. Going nowhere fast. It's like 11 o'clock at night in the game.
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years.
Can you make out what's inside?
No. I won't even try. You know, I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things.
This partner of his, Eyes, things didn't end well. It's
well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I passed my shooting courses 7 hours.
I mean, fair enough.
Put your hands where I can see them.
Oh my god!
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right now!
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals her hand is trembling from some sort of new...
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
Raise your
The
hands.
man appears to be pulling out an object from his pocket. Fear under threat! Fear under threat! Superseding
Oh,
event.
God.
1 second decision. Get on the ground. Get on the goddamn ground!
Ma'am, we just want to talk to you.
Subject yourself to a full body cavity search. Prohibited materials concealed in nostrils, ears, mouth, navel, urethra, foreskin, vagina, and rectum.
In her mind, the cavity search is happening. As long as she's saying it. It appears the things she says are very real to her.
Be careful, detective. Don't do it.
You'll have to go for the gun sooner or later. Perhaps you can learn crucial facts before you do.
Please identify yourself, ma'am.
It's the goddamn police, shitbag. Hug the pavement. You're under arrest.
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Medicine or drug? She thinks she's a police officer. Try treating her like a police officer. A lower-ranking police officer.
We can solve it. Patrol Officer Pigs, I need your gun for inspection.
What?
Patrol Officer, you're in gross violation of the RCM Code of Conduct. Patrol Officer, I have to sign you up for disciplinary hearing.
Easy. Press her too hard and shit.
With a swift, poorly coordinated move, the woman slams the megaphone against her lips and teeth. A trickle of blood runs down her.
Officer compromise. Unlawful impersonation.
Okay, she's actually more agitated now. My bad.
Are you on drugs?
Confiscated contraband. Restricted access. 2 kilos missing. Eyewitness report
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs might actually be the problem here.
Ah! We are the police.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Status unconfirmed!
Yes, I'm the backup. Here to back you up.
Mr. Moran? No, aggravated assault, man down!
There's a scenario unfolding in her head right now.
This lady is
Nothing
great.
to do with what's happening.
What's the situation, officer?
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a police officer!
Does she not believe you two are actually police officers?
I'm in the RCM's lieutenant uniform, and look at my partner. We're cops, all right?
License and registration! License and registration! Come in, dispatch!
It's not a code, just disjointed words.
Please just lower the weapon.
Need of assistance! Suspect alert! Get on the ground!
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Let's just talk, all right?
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector, take the shot! Big red key! Big red key!
All right, hand-eye coordination. Let's deal with this
can't
later.
leave. A delirious civilian is pointing a firearm at us. Your firearm. You need to solve this.
Oh God, it's a 42% chance. I wanted to put on good clothes. Ah!
All right.
We did
Here's
it!
the plan.
Oh!
You hurl the letter in her face, already darting right, and immediately close the distance. Left hand grabs the barrel, right one breaks the wrist. A drop of sweat runs down your nose, and in it you see the Martinez Inlet, wrapped in the night. In the abandoned fish market, 3 figures standing in a spectacular light show. A large, loud woman is pointing an empty firearm at the other 2. She doesn't want to listen, or even to be heard.
It's not loaded. The gun isn't loaded.
think you're right.
My God, it's not loaded. The gun isn't loaded.
What? This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets. This isn't real. What is this? Police don't always have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
She looks devastated. Grab the gun right now. This might be your only chance.
Oh, we're gonna grab this.
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they treat me like this?
I feel heartbroken now.
Gears are grinding to a halt. The machine is powering down. She's all out of jolt.
Poor woman. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
I'm very sorry this is.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't even know you're there.
What do you think is happening to her?
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this.
But why was she like this in the first place?
Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8 and loneliness.
Neurodegenerative disease.
Her hands were trembling and she did seem uncoordinated. But what are we gonna do with her?
Should we just arrest her?
I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state and without a gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone. We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family.
I don't want to endorse the Hardy Boys' inflated sense of self-worth. They're not cops. We are.
Okay, that settles it. I'll contact my station after we wrap it up for the day. We can contact the sanitarium and handle the logistics. But I think we're done here for now.
Please, leave the radio on.
Reflex to what? Being left alone. She stands motionless. Just a heap of clothes and The woman stands slumped. Is one of those things, there were narcotics in there too. You're thinking of taking them. Do.
Pick up the RCM cap.
She doesn't even flinch as you reach out and disentangle the familiar-looking lieutenant's cap.
Oh, is that your...
It's hard to say. It's been so long since you wore yours.
The RCMs.
It's your hat.
Shake her shoulder.
The old woman doesn't react to your touch.
Confiscate the narcotics.
The vial of Pyrrolidon and the bottle of speed. She didn't consume them. She didn't look high. She confiscated them. A little.
You're taking...
Listen to him, for once.
As evidence. You take them.
Thank you. I'm doing this to help you. We need to focus on the...
He's grateful you did this.
Leave her be. On the one hand, I kind of like the idea of having Titus being involved there. And being involved. But on the other hand, I really don't think... This is one of those, like... We don't want to inflate them. We don't want to make them bigger than they actually are.
She's whistling a melody. Her trusty contact.
Hey there. I've been recording some new audio from all these beams and rafters. The sounds travelling through the wood are pretty cool. Creaks and stuff. Like you're underwater, you know? But that's not really what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to thank you instead.
What for?
For getting me and my friends in here. And we even found some new associates, such as they are.
How's everyone doing?
Good, I think. Noid is getting a read on the place. I think he finds the carpentry very impressive. Andre's been setting up the compressor and dancing. Egghead's been keeping the party up. He's got the stage under. Sauna, the programmer. She's doing whatever she does
Yeah.
behind that radio computer of hers. She doesn't talk to us much, and the crab man hasn't shown himself, thank God.
Can you tell me about your associates?
Sure. You helped us out. I can repay the favor.
Tell
What
me
do you
about
wanna know?
tell me about Suna.
Oh, she's a bit odd, I have to say. Doesn't talk much. I'm not really sure how to vibe with her, you know? Seems like she's not in a very good... But earlier today, she told me about...
All right, Suna's her.
Welkins, and she seemed oddly happy, like she had some idea with those little creatures. Some artistic idea. I didn't really listen, I was busy with my mic.
Tell me about Tiago.
Oh, the crab man. Still gives me the creeps the way he moves. But he doesn't actually come down that much, just climb. I just tried to stay away from the crab man. But he talks to Noid. They seem to have some thing going on.
What for?
Beats me. Noid said they get along somehow. They're both crazy enough, I guess.
What does he do up there?
Who knows? He doesn't really answer our questions, see? Not that it's easy to ask them. What are we supposed to do? Yell up at the tower? Who do you want
About
to
the
know
Andre.
about?
About the others. What's going on with Andre?
He's a cool guy. Doesn't really come off as one, but he is. He takes care of shit. Sorry. I mean, he's got a vision. For what life should be, you know? He tries to push things until everything falls into place. He's an organizer.
What has he organized?
Nothing. But then again, there's nothing to organize around here either. He really wants this church thing to... Must have taken it as a sign when he found it abandoned like that. Said it was an augury. I don't know where he got that from. Andre's not super intelligent. I've never seen him so psyched about anything though. And he's often psyched.
Okay.
Looks sort of desperate, like it's his last chance or something. Or maybe he was just high. I mean, not that he does drugs, just high, you know?
On life?
Yes. Anyway.
Is Andre your boyfriend?
Yes. Who do you want to know about?
Tell me about Noid.
He's a four-burger, I guess, like the rest of us. Okay, maybe not Egg, I don't know about him, but Noid and the rest are from Forberg, making the pilgrimage up north to visit the Palaceum. He's real hardcore about the lifestyle.
What does he do?
What do you mean do? Like for a living?
Yes.
He's a carpenter, trained and all. He's very good, he just doesn't have the mindset to work like that, in a shop somewhere.
What kind of mindset is
He
that?
abides by the hardcore, sir. You would have to ask him yourself.
And you?
Sir, I abide by the law.
A strange feeling. Every now and then, something feels off about the way she speaks. She doesn't change tone, but you feel as though there's more about her than she lets on.
What is this pilgrimage about?
It's just something poor Forberg kids do every spring. To pass the time, we walk the entire length of Boogie Street, up to Jamrock, or as much as possible.
Why wouldn't it be?
I don't know, man. Have you been down Boogie Street? It's a little bewildering.
Let's say I haven't been down to
Okay.
Boogie Street.
Then you should go and take a look, I guess. Boogie Street is cool. It's got a lot of immigrants and all kinds of different people.
I might just do that if I make it there alive.
Yeah.
Tell me about
Who
the
do you
others.
wanna know about?
What's the deal with
What do you
Egghead?
mean?
Why does he think he's doing... What does he think he's doing when he yells all that stuff?
He's the party boy.
He told me about as much, but what exactly is a party
Melodic
boy?
music doesn't really do vocals in the traditional sense. Vocals are thought of as rock. That's to say they're a bit backward. No offense if you like rock music though. Rock music's cool by me.
Pachoo, swish. Your credentials as the resident future man of Revachol are being questioned. Show her you're hip with the times, Gramps.
You don't have to tell me rock is backwards. I am a future man. I abandoned rock in the 30s. Stupid rock. Right? Rock music is the coolest. Rock music, no offense taken. Go on.
Anyway, even if you don't have vocals, you still need someone to say something every now and then, right? To urge things on. That's where the party boy comes in. He basically just stands on the stage and dances and yells how awesome everything is.
I understand. People are usually afraid to do things if others aren't already doing them. Dancing makes you dance, like sneezing makes you sneeze, or yawning makes you... Anyway.
Where is he from?
Actually, we don't know where he's from, or who he is, really. One time we were out partying somewhere in backwater Forberg. Or maybe even Coal City. I can't remember. Maybe it was Coal City. Egg was yelling along to some jam someone was spinning. All night long. Just kept yelling until he didn't have a shred of voice left. When the sun came up over the mines. There were mines? Yeah. It was in Coal City. Egg came with us. He made this wheezing puppy dog sound all the way back. It was definitely Coal City, because it took us 2 days to walk back to the fort. He just wheezed the whole way. We never really asked why he came with us, or who he was. I think his name is Jermaine. People are sweet.
You can see it must have been a great night. The memory causes her to go silent, for you wish you'd been there.
Wow, tell me
Who do you
about the
wanna know
others.
about?
Tell me about yourself.
Me? Again?
Yes.
I told you.
There's that phrase again. Really
What does that
reminds
mean?
you of something.
It means I don't answer questions about myself.
There's more to you than let on. What am I not
All right.
seeing?
There is.
Yeah, I
Is
have to
there a
answer
law that would
questions.
stop me from lying?
That would depend on the circumstances.
Thank you.
Fair enough.
Sure.
Catch the silver bird.
Oh, Pasado.
Oh my God! We got double sixes.
Flutters by your ear. It's what the Zemoyaki, the Gradian community in Revachol, call a person who never breaks under interrogation. It's an organized crime term.
I remember now. It's a Semlaki term for someone who won't break under question. An organized crime term.
What do you mean?
The silver
All
bird.
right. My father was a Zemyaki. He died years ago. He was a bad man. Not a lot of good things to say about him and what he did. He bought the family a huge house, so we got to live, at least temporarily, in a giant castle in Jamrock. And then he died.
What happened next?
What do you think? The competition came and took everything away. It was like in a war zone. So after his death, we had nothing left, and we were in danger. My mother had to change her name, mine too. We left it all behind.
You don't call a sudden drug lab inside this church organized crime?
Yeah. I was kinda hoping you'd end that mess before we got going. It feels like I've been slowly turning dad-wise into a corrupt business person.
So she's trying to make it.
Shame you didn't.
So she wants empathy. We can do empathy.
Welcome back.
The device feels light and angled.
I said we can do empathy. Actually, I feel like we have more clothes that do empathy as well. Just a ledger, huh? Okay. Oh, look at that. Shoes that give empathy. Do. +1 empathy. I will wear the hat.
Yes.
Oh, nothing. All right, we got empathy.
The device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands.
I'm sorry you have to sit here on this coast feeling miserable. At your age, or at any age, in this place waiting for it to get dark.
She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup.
The people who built this world intended it to be better for you, but they failed. It's easier to live in their failure with this by your side.
Your words echo through the hall. The wooden boards, it's real. Tell her.
It's not a childish fantasy. It can be a real weapon against what you're coming for now. What's coming for you now?
What is?
The dark.
I know. I'll stick to it.
Something changes between you two. She looks at you differently now, as an equal.
So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer?
Eat me? There's nothing eating me.
Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to.
There's something that's been
What
making
is
my
it?
life a living hell. People just keep putting their selfish interests ahead of the greater good.
Oh, really?
No one understands what sometimes you gotta make sacrifices for the sake of progress.
So, the thing that's been eating you is the slow pace of social progress.
No, that's probably not
No,
it, is it?
It sounds like you just got chick issues.
Now that you mention it, I found these letters I thrown in the trash. They might have something to do with it.
Okay. Why'd you think that?
First, they had just a faint scent of the chewing gum on them. I could still smell it under the shit.
Wow, man. That's pretty symbolic. Don't you think?
I found out to be very symbolic too.
Okay. What else?
They were written on a woman's hand. And oh boy, did reading them make me not
There
feel
you have
good.
it then. Chick trouble. Not political after all. Who was she?
I don't remember.
Really? You seem to be pretty upset about this chica. Are you sure you don't remember anything about her?
I remember her scent and that's all.
Wow, man. That's some pretty strange shit. Are you sure the letters were for you?
Yeah, I'm sure. Why would I have reacted so strongly otherwise?
How come you don't remember, though? Is it like some selective memory thing?
You might... What do you mean by selective memory?
Man, when I get hurt, I just want to forget that shit, you know? That kind of selective memory.
You might have a point there. Selective memory.
Yeah. Or it might just be some psych bullshit, you know? Königstein wank.
What is the...
You know, the psych thing they've got going on there. Rich people like it. People in Königstein are mostly rich.
I'm not sure this made things any better.
I'm sorry. Might be for the best to keep that shit forgotten, actually. Just my opinion. If it itches, don't scratch.
Yes, but it itches really, really bad.
That's it. All right, we're done here. All right. I don't know what tomorrow will bring, but it is so bedtime. It is midnight. It's Grandma.
It's getting late and it's snowing. Time to call it a day.
Good night, Kim.
Good night, officer.
On the table, you see a bowl of water. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection.
Oh.
in it. The expression fixed to your clean-shaven face.
Hold up. Electrochemistry. We can do it. I've got clothes with electrochemistry. I know it. On endurance. Oh, we can take those off. Alright. I think we're as good as we're gonna get.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it. The expression fixed to your clean
58% chance!
You're still not.
Ah!
It won't come off that easy.
Alright, let's go to sleep.
The bed is comforting.
Let's hang out with my reptilian brain and my limbic system.
Is soft, if lumpy. Waves wash the sand underneath the hut, then grow distant to your ear. In the quiet hum of the organic heater, you fall asleep.
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore. The rough mesh chafes, tightening around you, it digs into your brain.
This is gonna be really ill.
How have things been going for you out there? Helped anyone lately?
Yes.
Saved anyone lately?
Arguably.
Murdered anyone lately?
No.
This bastard isn't even listening to you.
Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor people and then forgets about it.
So I'm a murderer and that's bad.
Hear that? He doesn't even flinch. Iceman doesn't care about killing people. That's nothing to him. Blackwater, under the bridge. The thing he's really scared of is much, much worse than that.
Why are you doing this? I just want to sleep. I can almost see the dark.
We're trying to help you. All these processes, these tortures, voices and tremors are all just distractions, flares and countermeasures to keep you from the last dream. The worst of them all.
The last dream.
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage. We won't be there to help you anymore, Harry. We will be dormant. You will be naked and alone.
And the air will smell of apricots.
Of hell. An ancient sadness, brother. 10,000 years later, in front of the video rental, there is a warm breath on your face again. Everything is okay again.
Everything is so okay.
Doesn't sound like it will be okay.
Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them again, you sense the light of the room around you. You're back. In 2 seconds, the alarm will ring.
The last thought in your head before waking is, maybe you shouldn't have seen that stained glass window in the church.
Oh, right, we gotta give the figurine to the... Oh, no. Interfacing +2.
Yes?
Sup, Kim? Make Titus give up Ruby's location. Get yourself organized. We need to offer figurines to the lady in the church. All right. Back to the church. I know. I was just there. I forgot.
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting on a single pane of glass. A crack runs across the length of her body, her face over. Why?
Because she's a stained glass window.
That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else?
Like what? Is the task still on?
I don't know. What are we thinking of? Part of your mind has gone on to only a strange little sad. The mother of humanism towers above you. Why? That does seem to be the mother of humanism towers above you. A wax painting on.
Okay, so it won't let me? Weird. Never mind. All right. So it looks like our next big spot is going to be back to the whirling in rags. Which actually, I think we can just... No, we're too far out. There we go. Now we can fast travel. Alright, first, let's talk to Gart and talk about the curse.
Ah, smallest church in Saint-Saëns, right?
Told you I'd rock it.
It was all right. Subdued. I might start letting people up there again. Now, what can I do for you?
I saw another thing about
another thing. Great. I love those.
She nicked the phone line.
Why? No, fuck it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know why these degenerates do what they do. I thought we had one good guest in the building.
He really doesn't like it being classier.
Yeah, I bet you didn't want it to be her.
What's that supposed to mean? Fuck you, buddy. She's not my taste. Good thing she pays for her stuff on time. I'll forward her the bill and be done with it.
Wow. Alright.
Wow. She really isn't his taste. Her spell hasn't spread here.
Now, was there anything else? I have like 4,000 coasters to stack. And then I need to wash dishes because it turns out I have to do that too now.
I saw a sign that said I can go into the kitchen. Why can't I go into the kitchen?
What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business.
There may be something pertinent into the investigation in the kitchen.
Fried. He was lynched. What could the kitchen possibly have? Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. You can snoop around after that, if you must.
What if I told you I got into the back room behind the blue steel door?
Okay, well, I did hear you make noise back there, so...
It takes a lot of willpower not to ask. Obviously, he's been wanting to know what's behind the door.
Aren't you going to ask me what's back there?
Okay, what is back there?
Pinball machines. A pinball workshop.
Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines by the door came from. And they told me there was some kind of pinball thing here too. I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean.
Because I might be up for a game.
No, I was just wondering if you found pinball machines there.
I'm thinking of turning this place back into a pinball arcade.
But we could diversify the entertainment options, seeing as you've opened the door back there. The machine we have in the corner now is broken. It wouldn't hurt to get a little life in here. Other than the hellish karaoke machine. That one's all...
Yeah, those numbers he's adding up must be making good... Sounds like he cares about the place. He's not going to be overjoyed to hear that it's part of the doomed commercial area.
Right,
I
forgot.
Still know. You have to be forewarned about these things.
I have to warn you. I may have discovered that the whirling is part of the doomed commercial area.
Why would you say that? We're at a completely different address from that whole thing.
Are we?
So he knows of the doomed commercial area and its address.
The whirling is listed on an intercom outside. As one of the businesses in Building B, you should get your wiring fixed. I tried to call, and he couldn't reach you.
I've been working here for a long time, and that intercom has never been used by the whirling.
Hold on, not once? Isn't that a sign of a...
It's a sign of the whirling in rags not being part of the doomed commercial area. If anything, we're...
Relax, Mr. Gart. I'm sure there is no doom. He simply wants to share his discoveries with you.
The whirling was once the East Delta Pinball Arcade before it failed. It's only a matter of time before the whirling fails too.
Does this look like part of a doomed commercial area? This pre-revolutionary tilework? These high ceilings? The nice rooms? Well, most of the rooms. For 14 years, man. That's how long I've worked here. I've kept this place up through hail and through sleet. Fuck me, if some doom ghost...
He's done a fine job too. Though he's spoken of the place dismissively before, the hostel is actually very important to him.
What about those other cafeterias you manage?
What about them? One is a basement dive frequented by chain-smoking communists. I can't tell you how sick I am of Kraz Mazov and Ignis Niels...
He's hesitating, not sure if he should share this information with you. Encourage him.
Any others?
The other is a kebab cart. It's very successful in its way, but it's nothing like the whirling.
You really care about the whirling, huh?
Yeah. It's slowly growing on me again. It's beautiful in its own way, especially for this neighborhood. I've been trying to keep it that way, even if it is part of the damn doomed commercial area.
You shouldn't be so worried about that label, you know?
I don't place much stock in the curse and so on, but the label frightens the clientele. Who wants to stay at a doomed hostel? Everything's doomed enough without that.
Who owns this place?
Some real estate management company. They never come around here, just collect money from afar. Honestly, I think some money laundering might be involved.
Who named it Whirling in
Well,
Rags?
sure as hell wasn't the real estate.
It was you?
You look surprised. What? It's a great name, I know. Cafeteria managers come up with great names too. Hail, Holy Queen, by the Ateniers. Hail, Holy Queen of the Sea. You're whirling in rags, you're vast and you're sad.
Good pick.
Well, good luck to you with this place, then.
Luck has got nothing to do with it. I need to think about where I'm going to place those pinballs.
Against the doom, it's implied.
So, if you didn't have anything else to tell me about my establishment, can we, wrap it up?
There's a peephole in the wall.
Wall?
Upstairs in the secret back room, right next to Claudier's bedroom.
I'll have it fixed at once. Thank you for letting me know. I assure you, the whirling does not abide spying on its guests.
What a shame to fix such a good peephole.
Couldn't you keep the hole there? What if there are some hotties staying in that room?
Absolutely not. That would be idiotic. I have no idea.
In your defense, neither do I.
All right, you've been notified.
Thank you. I'll patch it up personally. Was there something else about the establishment? Yes.
Goodbye. Titus!
It's you again. What is it?
Where's Ruby?
Why?
I need to pin this on someone, and I've decided to pin this on her. I suspect she's killed the victim, that's why. A civil war is brewing, and the only way to prevent it is to solve the murder. That means talking to Ruby.
Sounds like you want to push this steaming pile of Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her.
And fuck you too, moral
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how.
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory.
I will
I
make
don't
a
want to be
sound.
rude, but we're trying to get some.
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
All right. We need a little bit more logic. We need more logic. 72% chance is not good enough. I actually like that better. Not the look, but like look-wise, that's a little better, but. +1 to the drama. No, we need logic. Oh, +2 logic. Yeah. So much logic.
It's you again. What is it?
So much logic. 97% chance. Screw you and your 3%.
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single thought.
Why are you so sure Ruby didn't offer?
Because she was here, all night, with us.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 1.
She was here all night, 11:30 to 12:15. She was here during all that time.
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
She didn't go to the toilet?
No.
In the whole 45-minute window, she was with you.
All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry. We're not getting into what that operation...
That's probably for the best. Don't...
And just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot him.
All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her. You got his attention. Now don't ruin it by making weird claims. Remember, you can still mess this up.
There is a secret route in the kitchen that leads straight to the roof.
How?
Through what looks like an abandoned pinball workshop.
People say there was a pinball arcade here, sometime before the hostel. What was it called, Theo?
East Delta Pinball Arcade. Weird place. Went bankrupt.
Okay, but how'd you get up? There's no room for a staircase in this building. Or an elevator, for that matter.
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop.
Good one, Kim.
Thank you.
From there, a door leads straight to the roof. You can just step
Ruby
outside.
could have gone up, shot him, come down. All under 7 minutes.
That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus are going up there.
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about I go instead?
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it?
There were pinball machines in the workshop still operational. I also found footprints upstairs in the old workshop.
Footprints. Recent.
Recent?
What else could you make out? How recent? What size?
They were about a week or two old.
That close, huh? How fortunate. I'll take a thorough look at those prints myself before I... Good news is, I'm still listening.
Have we verbally established Ruby could have had access to the roof where she shot up? Yes. You do agree this shot came from the roof, right?
Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinez. Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was a sniper. It was close up.
Have you noticed the winch out back on the outer wall? There were pinball machines in the workshop still operate.
Firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the roof. Me and the boys need to check it out. That's what. But a route does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2, murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt. In the shape of a gun. Just don't contradict yourself. If it doesn't sound like Ruby did it, maybe keep it to yourself.
But that was after the murder. And we know it was sold to the pigs. I've already established Ruby's running guns. She could have smuggled guns too. Or running drugs. She could have done...
God damn. That's just about your favorite topic, isn't it? Every fucking...
You were warned not to bring it up. Your best shot here is to just back out of it.
Fine, Titus. I'm not getting into it if it touches on your precious business.
Okay, Cobb. She's got connections. I could see how she could have access to a gun. That's
all you needed. Doubt.
I didn't say I'd prove that she had a murder weapon. That we just need to find her.
all right, Cobb. Keep talking.
T, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Phase 3. The big one. Get this and they'll give her to you. Remember, don't piss him off. That never works.
When Claudia came downstairs, Ruby appeared to know that something was wrong.
Nah, man. That's just Ruby. She's got shit under control. That's her whole thing. That's why she's so good.
Plus, man, it's like female intuition, you know. Women talk to women. Which is sort of why we need someone on the team who they talk to.
Eugene wants a woman on the team so they can do their job. That must be hard. Half of Martinez is female.
Or she knew what happened because she killed him.
Not so useful.
Titus looks at Elaine and Eugene. It's not why did she kill him, it's why did she organize the cover-up.
And I suppose you have a theory on that.
She could have just been covering up for herself, Titus.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration.
Eugene, let's assume you killed him.
He scoffs.
Think. You kill him. Get up there. Shoot him. Get down.
Would you prefer to go on trial with your friends as part of a lynch mob or alone for committing a murder?
The man is silent.
If she used us to cover her own shit up, well, that's a serious violation of the Hardy Code, boss.
Which is why she didn't. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good.
Clausier told me some pretty interesting things about Ruby.
Yeah. Like what?
Apparently she had a thing for Clausier.
A thing? You mean?
Behind his squinting eyes, dominoes are falling. Fast.
Yes.
It's all beginning to make sense to him.
Yeah, but they're both girls.
Girls like girls too, Angus, sometimes. This is one of those times. She liked Glacier.
Come on, guys. She hangs out with Yumi heads. This cannot come as a surprise. What Kim said.
Fuck you. First he says she's murdered him. Now she's a too? It's a lie.
Come on, Glenn. She likes Monica's titties more than you do. Everyone knows which way the wind blows there.
I did. I knew it. That's why she didn't fuck me at Fatty's birthday party.
She didn't fuck you, 'cause you're 40, and you still live with your mom, Dennis.
Damn. Clausier said that she made advances on her and she thwarted them.
Ruby then threatened her and told her to end her relationship with the deceased.
This is some sordid shit. It's also the kind of garbage our Miss Aronier puts out to cover her own ass.
She did tell she just told us Ruby made her scared and she spilled the beans.
That Ruby is queer as cabaret. Now that I start thinking about it, I don't know why I didn't see it earlier. And that's okay. Some are queerer than others. You can still be a hardy. But if you bring your own personal shit into our outfit...
And then, boss, use us to cover it up? I mean, that's just fucked up.
If it's true. But it's not, right?
You have to see... things don't add up. We need to talk to her.
Silence. He looks around the room. The old man in the corner nods. A very small nod. And a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions, if you want.
Uh-oh.
I don't know. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. Want to know why?
Why?
She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior. Why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that.
When did she leave?
Friday afternoon, when you first arrived. I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation.
What was she scared of?
I told you. You.
As in the RCM?
No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
And a hole in his heart. That first.
I'm sorry. God, what? I have no idea why she'd be scared. I'm just a normal cop with regular thoughts in his head.
Sure. Normal. You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure.
What else did Ruby tell you?
She said you have a funny taste in clothes and that you won't stop.
Won't stop?
Until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other, open them up like cans.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having a go on with our lives kind of day, Al. How about you?
Silence. He nods.
Am I a can opener?
You are insistent.
Anything else? Anything?
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This called Titus, this called Pete. But she was too scared.
Everard's file on you seemed thin on info. She must know from somewhere else. From Jamrock. Something more.
That'll only piss him off. He's not going to yap about Everett.
Of course, I should have known. Concentrate on tracking down Ruby.
You have any clues on where Ruby went?
She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
She's not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn.
Have you looked for her?
A little. On the coast.
Where have you looked for her?
More precisely, on the coast. Past the waterlog. She's not here. So, I'm thinking she's there.
Can you tell me where on the coast I should start looking?
Sure. There's some shit houses there. A cinder block town. The fisherfolk there refuse to unionize. So, I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash.
We will start there. One more question. What?
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a lorry man.
You know what she's doing with those Ulan
The what now? I have no idea. Boys?
She said she's building a pale emitter.
What?
We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing Ulan frequencies and a pale...
This guy barely understands what he's talking about.
There you have it. Pale something.
It feels like you'll get to know soon enough.
It's not much, but it'll do.
Have to.
Shake it.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite.
Oh man, we made great progress in the
Not
case.
just granite, tightly packed RCM Sergeant material.
You should be a cop, Titus.
When are you gonna get it through your suicidal head? I already am.
And he still isn't. People aren't afraid of good cops in the way Ruby was afraid of you.
All right, back to the coast. Lillian. Hey, girl.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. Oh?
I'm
Hey.
looking for I'm looking for a suspect who might have stayed in the neighborhood.
Okay. When did this person stay here?
Over the past few days, she might have arrived on
Oh.
Friday.
I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's... Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. Sorry I couldn't help you out. Well, how can I...
Oh! Why is Joyce over here?
I'll just keep the Corda Lacey in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier.
Aye, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way.
Of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day. Jetty.
Hello, ma'am.
detectives. It's good to see you here.
What brings you here?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now, so I decided to investigate it.
That. And she's also keeping an eye on you.
Have you been spying on us?
Spying has such a negative connotation. I did track you. Then there's the matter of that little scamp in old lady clothes. She threatened to paint the cordelate red. Like blood, you see. Well, I like it.
So how do you like it around here?
How do I like it?
Water drips down. The smell.
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name. All the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage?
Fortunately for you, madame. They are...
All right. Politics time. Let's react.
Don't worry, I got her sword.
Perhaps you shouldn't have. I sort of liked it on her.
Above you, there forms a quilt of altocumulus clouds, twisting into each other. The wind tugs and stretches them. Their cloud shadows slide over the ruins of Revachol West. Wherever they pass, the temperature drops slightly, but it's early spring, and the rains are coming. An officer enters a low hut of stone and wood. Inside, weapons are piled against the walls, rifles with splintering stocks. They're antiques, says Lieutenant John, the archetype McCoy, to his partner. They're digging them up from the catacombs now, fixing them. The children carry them up. Come May, the streets will be flooded. Outside, the wind rattles the loose hatches, flooded with...
Have I told you how they discovered this place?
This fishing
No,
village?
they're in Sealindian. Well,
No, you haven't told me.
Your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty. It's
Say
a
nothing.
pity. Most of these people will never know what this place means. This island of matter. Remind me to tell you one day.
Well, it was good running into you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Alright. I forgot how long-winded Joyce is. Oh, God. Oh, Grandmama!
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night.
Have you seen
What
a red-haired
can I help
woman
you
named
with?
Ruby around the coast?
Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately.
But do you know who I'm talking
This
about?
is my little cinder block town.
She's being evasive.
There was a murder in Martinez.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other.
Ooh, sorry. You know something, we're here to help.
Aye, that you are, Dark Omen. Help yourselves and your organization. Help the storm clouds gather on the horizon.
You know something, but you decided not to
There's
tell us.
not much to tell. People come and go. Now,
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway.
You should look around your shack. Maybe she's rented it.
Kim?
As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear the edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched.
Move the board
Hollow
aside.
space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below.
What's in here?
Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something bad. Someone's night thoughts. A
Search
last
through the sand and
resort.
and
You
sawdust.
stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then, something hard wrapped in paper.
What
A
is it?
small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet. A 9mm bullet, to be exact. Fit for all muzzle loaders of that caliber. Like your own Villiers pistol, for example.
A
The
bullet,
floorboard
interesting.
Doesn't care. But maybe the washerwoman does. You have holding the bullet. You get the feeling. This isn't ammunition against you. It's for herself.
Okay. Let's talk to her.
our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Why was there a bullet under the floorboards?
Damn that girl.
A bullet? You didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either.
You rented the room to her?
Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl. As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. We welcome all kinds of people here.
When was this?
She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into, that girl?
a bad decision.
She seems genuinely worried about her previous tenant. She's seen her hiding out from trouble before.
That's for the police to find out. Right then, please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
Oh, you said she left on Monday?
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think.
She probably heard the lieutenant's Kanema drive by, and it woke her up, just like it did you.
She must have heard your Kanema.
Yes. That is a downside of having a 130 kilowatt engine. It lets the bad guys know when you are coming.
Is the room exactly as she left
I
it?
cleaned it, like I always do.
Was there anything else
No.
there?
The truth, sire.
Ah, what is she like, Ruby?
She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
This Ruby is an old lady whisperer. She knows how to work the village elder.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time. Kept to herself.
What do you mean?
She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish.
She wanted to talk to her,
Oops.
as they usually do, but she was brooding.
Ah, why do you think she left the bullet there?
How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits the bill.
I have a possible explanation in my mind.
Aye. Do tell.
It's an exit plan.
Exit from what?
Her life.
The lieutenant stops writing for a moment. He looks at you, then at the old woman.
No, she's a fighter.
She really believes that.
I heard she was a heavy drinker with anger issues. You ever witnessed that kind of behavior?
Nothing of the sort. Sure, she was no stranger to the bottle. She fit in that way. But I only knew her to have a beer on the beach while watching the sunset.
The sun sets for everyone.
She isn't what you'd call a drunk. Even offered me some from time to time. Said it was part of the communal life. But I never saw her lose control of herself, the way some people do.
I feel that, Dig. Did she have any technical equipment with her, like radio
Not
stuff?
that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape milieu she'd made. Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff. Even fixed the heater in the shack. You should be thankful for that.
Where did she go?
I don't know. Further up the coast. She tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots. You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like...
I wouldn't worry about that, man. We are persistent.
Are you sure she didn't go somewhere more pleasant and less wet?
Yes, it's going to be too much work for you to find her. Better for you to stay here. Get a nice, cozy fire going in the heat.
No, you can do it. You still have plenty of behind the cinder block houses. Old.
What more do you want to know about?
Enough about Ruby. Okay.
One thing, officer. If you do find her, please go easy on her.
She really means it.
She's a good girl.
All right, and we also had our thought complete about our beta birth.
Generator. You were born in the year 07, in the last year of the commune of Revachol, right before it fell, in the old military hospital on the ground floor, where people usually came to die during a snowstorm. The revolution had about 1 year left to go, and the fires were still burning bright. There were explosions in the blizzard. This was 44 years ago. You are 44 years old. The bloating might never leave your face, but beneath it, you still have some years. You still have some hope.
Oh my god! Oh my god, that's amazing! Learning cap for logic raised to 4. Not important. I mean, it's nice, but it's not important. -1 difficulty to all physique passives. Oh, that's so good. I'm so happy.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Have you seen any bad people around?
I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without their parents present is gonna crack the case.
Alright, so we know she went up further up the coast. There's a slit in the concrete here, a sewer. So I have this feeling. We know she's not in the church. And she's not in any of these. There's a trash can here. Why is there a trash can?
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and 2 empty bottles. No, there's more.
A tragedy.
He shakes his head.
Okay. That's where the dead guy was. But as I was thinking out loud, I have a feeling this building, especially since we can go up here, is important.
You see, a slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
Ouch.
Above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall. And the coastal breeze, there's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first.
Why do I feel like I know this place?
Indeed. Somehow you knew it was here. An urban ruin, gutted by looters that once used to consume money. You felt it before, when it rained in Martinez, and you felt the cold of the rain. The feeling persists. It has been in you ever since.
Could Ruby be in there?
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there, or in that boat shack, in that church tower, maybe.
Why single out this one building?
All right, we got super high. Shivers. We can do it!
Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb.
What was I even attempting to do here?
Trying to talk to the wind, the city. Whatever you thought would happen did not, and now you're just standing there in the pale of the morning. Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick prayer of sorts? To Revachol?
She could be anywhere. How do we find her?
I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography at least. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village.
And if that fails, if we don't find her?
Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
All right, the bunker!
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you.
All right,
Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure.
Oh.
Like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it.
Where does it go?
In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
All right. In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away the footprints in the dust.
She's down there.
I think she's down there, below this building.
Why?
I've been getting these strange cold spells.
Good, yes. Cold spells. So basically your hangover is telling you she's down there?
Call it a gut feeling.
So, how do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
There's a ladder next to the sign. Maybe we could climb it.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
A rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the...
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
Assess the situation.
Distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded, and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground, and you're 180?
180 seems about right.
Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. What if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder?
Oh?
Astral projection. Be open-minded about this.
We're not ready to do this yet. But there is something down there. But I don't. Oh, there's a bunker.
Pipe peeks out from beneath the rotten boards of the boardwalk. Could this be an alternative path into the felled building?
Come closer and look in.
Your eyes slowly begin to adjust to the darkness inside the drainage pipe. The lieutenant looks over your shoulder.
What's in there?
A thin layer of snow gleams inside the pipe. As
What
your
else?
eyes adjust, you see some trash, crumpled up newspapers, cigarette butts. Someone has half-heartedly spray-painted skulls on the right side.
And
nothing. Broken glass from bottles thrown against the walls of the pipe. A syringe.
Can we get into the felled building through this pipe?
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly unlikely, and not without risk to our health. However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around.
The lieutenant's face lights up. He doesn't usually notice these little things.
And it's right here, a maintenance door.
Oh, God. Physical instrument. I have one. Oh, it is a 3% chance.
You and the lieutenant leave all your weight into pushing the door.
Let's take a breather and try this again later.
Okay. Now, hear me out. There was a note about a key in a bush. I remember this detail because I've been looking for bushes. And I think it's at apartment 28.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle.
All right. I would have to roll 2 6s to even come to win. Which I guess is apparently a 3% chance of happening. So yeah, we're not even gonna try. Climb the ladder to the roof or find another way into the Feld building. Damage ledger.
It's the ledger you found in the trash.
Can I read the case files now? Yes.
With the yes, at last. You find a way to piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. HDB 41, date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120117000, the next world mural.
Weren't those officer precincts?
Why, yes, your precinct number is 41. Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials.
Harry Dubois.
HDB. Still feels like there's something missing from that.
The next world
This
mural
one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development called Grand Couronne. Cause of failure, rent too high. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads, "True love is possible, only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the people call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to the graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the next world mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown.
Did I ever find out who
The
came up with
case
it?
files do not show you finding the order. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between 2 options.
Keep the mural is
A
right.
staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us.
I like it, but can we wreak havoc on other nations instead? The middle class are not to be blamed. It's human nature.
Did anyone ask you what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you want to tackle next? Or are we done?
The unsolvable
AKA
case.
Leslie and Burke. AKA the public indecency drunk and the property. You were so drunk you didn't remember what it was when you signed on. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear-view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which, in their 40s or 50s, you would think that. But can you keep yourself threatening? It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you... No, that's Burke. Leslie's shtick is flashing his genitals, remember? He must have... In the process, he can't get... Which is also... Not
I can
much
revisit
has
this.
changed.
Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. Because I don't think I have the savoir-faire or the physical instrument to actually go and jump into that. But I think if we go back to the apartments, we might find a bush that we can now grab.
The door has braved the elements for decades. No answer.
That already defeats the point.
Not a sound. Even the darkness is open. The keys, the tenant's key, the lieutenant.
Okay, that didn't work. Alright, but we have a locked door.
This door is made of metal. No one answered.
Let's go.
I thought... There was a note about a key in a bush. Where's the bush? I'm gonna be spending all night, all day, looking for this stupid key that doesn't exist. Went to the village of the coast. See you there. Joyce says the note on the post. Oh, okay. Not. Never mind. Nothing there. Okay, nothing there either. Those are just worthless things.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and well.
Farewell, book peddler. That is still going to be impossible for me. I think I picked up all the trash, so I don't think the bag is going to do anything for me. Poor animals, no rest for their bodies after death. Floorboards creak. Good to know.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
All right, 42% chance. Actually, hold up, because we will not get a chance to retry this. We want to make sure we got all of our shivers. Yeah, more shivers. Do. We're not really using authority, so yeah, we can wear this shirt. This shirt's fine. Let's see, empathy, endurance. Okay.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
All right, 83% chance. Come on, baby.
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment, it almost feels as though you're outside the building, exposed to the atmosphere.
Curse is real, and I figured out why it has spared you.
Didn't we already talk about this?
It's because you're not in the same building as the others. This isn't technically the doomed commercial
area. What are you
area.
talking about? My address is exactly the same. Rue de Saint-Guilain 10.
No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture. Its ruins swallowed up, yet it has a different address in the heart of the city.
No, this used to be a coal plant. You're in the chimney of another building.
This doesn't make any sense. Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from?
I'm just using logic. It's windy in here. You probably haven't properly sealed the chimney ground.
You're right. I should take a trip to the roof once the snow. Does it mean that I'm safe from fate?
Don't let her become complacent. She still needs to ward her soul against the evil forces.
No one's ever really safe.
She starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away the exhaustion from her face.
What?
Do you know what this is?
She raises her hand to reveal a piece of metal shining on her index finger. Looks like a regular piece of jewelry.
It's a mourning ring. I made this when my first company failed. It was a small jewelry shop right here in the East Delta Commerce Center, built with the little I inherited. I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan.
Why are you telling me this?
It wasn't just the jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world that you were supposed to try again and again until you find it. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney?
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. It's entropy. Don't call it a dump. You made it nice and cozy here.
Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed. It's such a precarious place. Nothing ever works out. That's why people like role-playing games.
Wow.
You can be whoever you want to be. You can try again. Still, there is something inherently violent even about dice roll. It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. Some alternative ending or an entirely different world. But anyway...
Whoa! Whoa! Get out of here with your meta!
Officer.
Get out of here with that meta! I was hoping she was going to have something more useful to say. There's nothing in here, right? Yeah, no, there's nothing in there. Okay.
thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace.
Nope, we're not kicking that. That just hurts me.
A few bricks have fallen off.
Alright, well, so much for that. Oh, there's nothing here. Seems like the point of this game is victory, the absence of defeat on all fronts. Victory in business ventures and creative undertakings, victory in love and over... Oh, there's a lot of things. The snow dripping off the snow sound of melting. Okay, the sound of melting snow dripping off of. That is weird. Nothing over here. And nothing over here. All right. Let's go back. Ugh. You know what, Kuno?
Kuno saw you wield that can. Sweet graffito action, pig. Kuno likes that delinquent shit.
You like art,
Fuck
Kuno?
no, art shit.
Oh yeah, what about your little Locust City then?
It's not art. It's fucking brutal. Nothing pussy about it. The fuck out of here.
God damn it.
Pigs think it's... Look, bitches. Kuno's gonna wrap it up for you. Talk business or fuck off. Enough about this art shit.
Okay, I'm off.
Doesn't...
Kuno's got nothing to talk about. Because Kuno's a little bitch.
Oh, look. It's the cop who turned me into a bad person.
Oh, okay, hold up. I'm sure we've got clothes that scream empathy. Right? What was that? +1 to empathy and hand-eye coordination? Actually, I think I like that better. +1 to empathy. I actually think we can just keep those boots off because they're not really doing anything. Oh, inland. Because we haven't grabbed any money lately and we don't really need it now. +1 to empathy. But -1 to logic. That's not really a big deal. Okay.
Oh, look. It's the cop who turned me into a bad person.
72%. Come on, baby.
In his eyes,
yes,
an unfamiliar longing. Flecks of brown and gold. It's hard to say. His gaze wanders southwest, down the street that goes beyond. The road continues for miles, flowing together with other roads, turning into causeways or bridges, ending suddenly in dead ends, or ramping up or down highways. It forms a crisscross pattern across the land.
Where does it lead?
Above the Jamrock Quarter, in the form of a raised motorway, and then to the old south, to the farthest outskirts of Revachol, through the checkered fields of farmland.
What's beyond the border?
See.
Excuse me?
Really, you can tell me.
Man, I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. There's no helping in absence, you know. I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way, waiting all the way in Diora. And here I am stuck in this shit, so far from home.
Diora?
Diora of the Seven Seas.
Oh.
It's on the other end of Le Caillou, pretty much.
I have no
Another
idea where that
island
is.
Called Laurentide, off mainland. We've got a little place there. Can almost hear my kid laugh when it snows.
What's it like to miss someone?
What's it like? Good. And bad. An ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail of living.
What is that what it is? No, it's scarier than that. You're pursued by a hunter, smelling of apricots and sorrow, and the past.
I miss someone, but I don't know who it is.
I feel for you, my friend. It's bad enough to know who you miss. Missing like that doesn't feel like it has much of an upside. But, thanks for this. It's nice to talk to someone. And I know it wasn't easy to ask. I hope...
Yeah, we got him. We made our friend.
A lorry abandoned. The smell of cigarettes and herb. There's something odd about the passenger seat. The seating fabric has been pulled to close.
All right, nothing new there. There's Grandmama. That's one of the mercs.
Right to work!
I'm just gonna leave now. Because we don't support scabs. Yellow roses in the well. No, those aren't the flowers that were left for Kazuye. Okay. Good to know.
Is this about the questions again?
Nope.
A colorful display.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
Oh, man.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with...
Okay.
The tear machine stands in...
Nope. Okay. Hold up, you weren't there before, were you?
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely old man? Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same.
Where's Renee?
The prick is gone. I can barely believe it. But he's really gone.
Gone where?
Hell, most likely. He was an absolute cunt.
How did he die exactly?
His hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the guard booth this morning. Wasn't even supposed to be working for another week, but he just had to prove how tough he is.
Did he feel like he has to prove he can still pull his weight?
Guess he was about to head home, 'cause when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the Kuketu uniform I saw. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now the joke's on him, 'cause he's gonna be buried without it.
Do you think our conversation about his job pushed him to go out there?
No. René was the most stubborn man in Revachol. Nothing you or
I feel kind of sad.
would ever push him to do anything.
He has doubts, but right now, he just wants to move on and not think about it.
Was he really that bad?
I repeat, an absolute cunt. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. He was like an old viper.
Damn.
The only people who could stand to be around him were Jenny and me. She saw something in him when we were just kids, and she never lost sight of it. And I thought if the most beautiful being in the world can love him, then there must be something worth holding on to.
Did you love him?
We've hated each other our entire lives. So much, in fact, that... Yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. You know what his last words to me were?
Tell me.
In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what he said to me. He lived a cunt, and he died a cunt. Let's leave it at that.
Here, something to remember your friend by.
Let me see. This was 60 years ago. We all went to that parade. Young René looked so happy, and Jenny...
Oh...
I'm sorry, officer. I just... Thank you.
That was nice. A small thing for us, but invaluable to him. He probably didn't even know René had the photo.
I offer my sincere condolences.
Yes. We are both.
It is what it is. Part of life, really. But to know someone for 79 years...
Despite their differences, these men played such a significant part in each other's lives that now that one of them is...
I just don't know anymore. About anything, really. But you must need something.
Too bad René's gone. I was hoping to ask him about Maybells.
René wasn't really what you'd call a botanist, officer. And believe me, he didn't like Insulindian lilies.
Why didn't he like them?
There were many reasons, but mostly it was the communals. They called them the bells of revolution. I guess in the end, the Insulindian lilies were just another piece of the whole Insulinde. The royalists had to surrender to the Mazovian...
But you feel the dried flower in your hand somehow still does matter, although not to this sad old man.
I want to ask you about the Union
Officer,
again.
I just can't do this right now. The Union, it just... Yes? What about...
I offer
yes. It is...
Despite their...
I just don't know.
Bye for now. Well, that's sad. Now I'm sad.
Hello again. How can I help you?
Hold up. I know for a fact we are not decked in electrochemistry. All right, come on, electrochemistry. Where is, I know I have more. Is that it? Oh, that might be it. Okay.
Hello again. How can I help you?
Come on!
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Pyrrolidon. It's tough to come by on the street. A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
Is it me or is it really warm in here?
I try to keep the shop at a comfortable temperature.
There's a note of indignation. Those triangle patches on his vest. You have a feeling they mean something, like they're similar to the halogen rectangle on your jacket.
Say, what's with the triangles on your vest?
I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade. You know, after the People's Pile disaster, had to take Pyrrolidon for radiation sickness. That's what you were hinting at just now, was...
He's taken it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
It must have been tough. Radioactive cleanup.
There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one. So much disappointment, and early deaths, cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could.
Whose fault was it that the generator
No
failed?
one's. Everyone.
So much.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen?
How'd you end up running a
The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, so I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forberg as I can. Still in the same city, but...
Thank you for telling
I
me.
like the theory more than the story.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Alright, I'm out. My outfit is just so out there. It's just so out there. +1 to logic is fine. I feel, oh, gloves. That's what else I took off. And then I apparently changed my pants. What was I wearing before? I have no good pants. That's fine. Okay. There's no one over there. I don't think there's anyone over here. Yeah, there's no one over here. Oh. Oh, there's a tutorial. Yeah, you're not late with that at all. Oops. Hey, Sai, did you ever find that tutorial? Oh, yeah, pretty late, but yeah, I did. Nothing in here. Sounds of life in the north. A washboard scrubs filth from the fabric. I wonder if the drunkards have got anything else to say. Drunkards, I'm running out of hope.
Don't call. Don't call.
Hey, wake up.
No.
Tequila sunset. Wonderful.
I don't
In
want
that
it.
case, I can't really remember seeing any women after.
It's a touchy topic. He hasn't got laid in ages. He really has no idea who this Ruby is, sire.
Okay.
The legend, he's back. And firstly, I got smokes and piss and a little speed to spot.
I'm off. Nothing you have interests me. I am gonna have to level up something. Feels safe and warm in here. Not like outside. But nothing else is in here. Oops, that's not what I wanted. We do have a couple of skill points, so it's not the worst thought. There's a lot of physical instruments. And I do mean a lot. Look, Renee's dead. Actually, a couple of... What does this one want? I bet it's either going to be pain threshold or it's going to be physical instrument.
An old door worn by elements.
Oh, it's
guards
interfacing.
the
That's
depot.
right.
The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it.
Do we have anything that will improve our interfacing? That's just +1. The gloves we have is +2. No, we really don't.
An old door worn by elements guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been... You rattle the handle a bit, then push on the door with all your weight. It does not budge.
How can we get in there?
Don't get in there.
What do you mean? We can get into, like, everywhere.
Frankly, you're just going to have to accept...
No. We've gotten into every door thus far. That's what we do. We open doors. We're cops. That's our perk. Even Everett knew that's a part of our MO.
This door could be part of the investigation.
Relax. No one's hiding in there. If we can't open it, others can't either. And thus they can't get in.
At least you can think about opening it, about doors in general. They are, after all, fundamental to your life.
What
it's
is this?
military. The washerwoman mentioned a depot at the coast. She said it was...
Alright, fine. I kind of want to know what that door is. You know what? We will go ahead and spend a skill point for one more door. Especially since as I'm researching it, it gives me +1 to stats to half light. Not particularly useful, but you know, it's nice. I'm pretty sure there's nothing up here.
Just dead and dying locusts, and this poor thing.
This relay tower coordinates boat traffic in the bay. Barely. Again, this music is so good. Oops. We slightly butchered that. All right.
light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under the earth.
What's in there?
Maybe it's just a storm drain for the sewer.
Kim, any idea what's down there?
No idea. Could be connected to one of the buildings around here.
Think we might find Ruby down there?
Her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's mostly collapsed. Revachol sewage system has been built and rebuilt forth. In conclusion, she... I hope not.
There's no echo and no answer.
Wait, why is it making me look there? Oh, hold up, hold up. I wonder if there's anything in the church. This looks like a tiny chemistry lab. Tanks of distilled water. Those Nosafed bottles. Oh yeah, she's definitely making a mini drug lab.
The mother of humanism stands above you.
Did you end up upgrading the song? No, we haven't done that.
Good morning, comrade. Yeah, harder car. Yeah, too hard. It sucks up. Oh, I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, do we have any clothes that'll raise our physical instrument? Oh no, that is the same thing. Pain threshold. That reduces it. Oof. I don't think we do. All right, we've only got
morning, comrade. Yeah,
a small chance.
harder car.
You know it in your
Oh my
lungs
God,
that
we
it
succeeded.
should vibrate. In your heart that's alone. And in your solar plexus where the hits should land. So does every chordate animal.
Needs more bass.
What?
The young man makes a sudden move like he's about to turn the volume down. Well, that would be ridiculous. And a melody, a good melody is what makes this song really sick.
Wow. Okay. We should start with the melody. But where would we get that stuff from?
Nowhere. I'm not gonna be some sort of another cop too. I don't know. I was thinking you would know.
I'm sorry. I don't know anything about Nordic music. I'm just the party boy. I get the people going and say it's hardcore.
He feels ashamed he can't be of more service to the future of dance music.
All right, I'll see if I can come up with something on my own. A citizen investigation. It's up to the police to make the beats go harder.
The young man falls silent with appreciation. He even tried.
Basically, what you need to find here is a tape with some banging music on it, so that Egghead could use it. Yeah. Maybe that street hawker across the pawn shop has got some tapes to...
There is a hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, right next to the canal. A reel of magnetic tape is caught in its branches, like bronze ribbons blowing in the wind.
Rue de Saint-Ghislain.
Oh, I know! I know this!
St. G is the boulevard before the canal bridge. The one that takes you to the whirling in rags and the industrial harbour. It's got the lanterns and the...
I knew that!
And the mosaic sidewalk.
But it's all blocked with that stupid traffic jam right now. Anyway.
Feels cold.
Does it?
Shake it off.
Anyway, that's all yours to...
Cupman! Tape! Yeah! spins the tape until the space escape.
Oh no, we are not giving him the great door gunner mega mix. That is horrible.
Communism forever.
All right, goodbye, Egghead. All right. Do. All right, and I'm not a big fan of that music, but I respect it. Oh, hold up. Maybe that dad knows something?
Hello again.
Do you have any advice on how to point that out? Do you know of any alternative way into the building?
Alternative? I don't even have a mainstream way in, I'm afraid, although there's a sewage pipe there. Maybe that does something? Sorry, I can't help more. How to climb that ladder, you say? I do know that Lomantangs used sticks to climb battlements. There's even a special technique for that.
Can you teach me? Do you have the sticks with you?
No, I'm just speculating theoretically here. Of course, there's also the method ancient Ilmarans used to get into the huts of their enemies.
Can you tell me about this method?
If I'm not mistaken, then it involved months of following a very rigid exercise regimen. No, years.
I don't have years.
In this case, I suggest looking into the Zeolite Invisibles class. The word refers to their remarkable ability to traverse any environment in the most efficient way possible. There's this excellent investigative piece of journalism by...
I don't have time to read any papers. Do you have any practical advice?
Yes, I have. There was this one time where I...
Oh no, you've made El Bigo Mistako. He's going to go on forever. Mark my words. All of this somehow ties into the history of Occidental financial markets.
Have you seen anyone suspicious?
No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just...
So you haven't seen any...
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is...
There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that. A day off.
Alright, so he did point out that...
The rusty ladder leads to the roof.
What if I don't climb? What if I just teleport?
Teleportation is not a thing.
Come on, Kim, where's your adventure
This really
spirit?
has nothing to do with adventure. We are dealing with basic physics here.
Won't hurt to try.
It could hurt a lot.
Oh, we have an 83% chance. You're not ready to do this. Do we have any clothes that will raise our savoir-faire? I don't think we do. +1 to savoir-faire. Oh, we're getting even better, baby.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop.
Saw Tiago climbing. Do it for physical, for Coach Physical.
All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is...
Do it!
Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear, your atoms fading out of existence.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement.
I did it, Kim! I teleported!
I just saw you climb the ladder. You just climbed it like a regular person.
You suck, Kim. You suck.
The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's voice. Faintly you hear...
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring without backup, especially if we think the suspect may...
Alright. The central support beam has been destroyed by artillery fire. Oh. Stones fall. It's a long way down. You teleported so they didn't have to make a climbing animation? I'm fully aware. I get what happened and why they do it. I'm not completely foolhardy. The glass is covered with grime and dust. You can barely see out of it. I'm upset that I can't get in that one door though. You should take out your flashlight. You know what? That is a good idea, game. Thanks for pointing it out to me. The collapse nearly sealed the basement. One can barely squeeze by. We should definitely get Kim. An antiquated office sent furniture. Last entry, maybe? Brought down and forgotten so long ago. This overturned table is covered in orange mildew, crawling with something. Hey look, it's Kim!
2 rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while.
Who's
there?
there?
What do you mean who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and help me get the door open.
Kim, why you gotta be no fun? Kim, why do we gotta be no fun? Push the doors open.
It's much easier from this side. The panels on the rails slide once you dust the sand off. With the help of your partner.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that. Yes. Time to investigate these passages. Let's move quietly and not make more sound.
Not running is a great way to...
All right. Oh! Interesting. Old file folders in the cart, documents with silvery with mold. Oh boy. A series of thick, dusty panes of glass.
This isn't just glass. These are old computation components.
Computer components?
Yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass, slides with an inlaid nervous system.
How'd they do that and why?
The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know.
Local
So it is. I think it is used to form a single system, slotted in the wall.
So this is all that remains of failed R&D?
The rest of the building seems to have been picked clean.
Could this be part of the failed playback
These?
experiments?
No. These are old filament memories. I hope you're not expecting to find that.
All you'll find here is pain.
Oh, good. Cool. A jacket with suggestion. I actually don't need that since my suggestion is what, 9? Yeah, it's 9. My suggestion is so high, it's stupid. In the beam of the flashlight, a crevice in the wall. Oh ho ho! Stale fabric and dust. No one slept here in months, maybe years. Hey, comrade! These pots and plates are full of dust and spider webs. Revolutionary propaganda on the bed, ancient flyers and brochures.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spider web in the lower left corner of the portrait.
Brush the dust off the portrait.
Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair matched by an ample... Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand. Grains stick into the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope. You shudder.
Look, Kim, it's Comrade.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like some communists were...
The lieutenant does not seem to share your enthusiasm.
What's all with all these secret weapon caches and
We have
secret
found
bunkers.
a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
A long time
Half a
ago?
century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted.
Huh. Maybe I should move in here.
I won't
Seems
stand
cozy.
in your way, but only after we're through with this case.
Could it be connected to the Mazov stat bus we found in the students' room?
Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff. You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Same slit window you saw from the outside. Oh, okay. All right, what do we got over here? Footprints in the sand. One of the souls appears more worn out than the other. All right, it looks like she went that way. Tunnel collapse. You have to find another way around. Oh. All right. It's getting louder, the buzzing sound. Bzz, bzz, bzz.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
Lieutenant, do you feel something?
No. What do you mean?
A pain, a strange
I don't
tingling.
feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
I saw them too. Footprints with the right sole worn
Looks like
smooth.
our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully.
What do you mean?
Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
We found Everett's plans to take the harbor. Maybe we should tell
leave that
Joyce?
to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information.
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
Maybe we should... We've checked with the boy with Clause's documents. I want to hear her take on why it's...
Why not? Whatever goes down might also affect her.
Not closely enough, you suspect. But still, good idea to visit her once more.
How bad do you think things could get?
We are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city...
Let's try not. If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
What do you think is waiting for
I
us
think
there?
I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have...
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be...
It feels strange. A concrete pipe buried in sand and dust. A little bit of money. And even more money.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your
I'm sorry,
head
what?
all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't want to hurt you. but she has to. Doesn't wish to hurt you. Not according to your ear canals.
Legendary
Wait,
failure.
no, not even your ear canals. This is going directly into your neural pathways.
Cover your ears. Oh, that hurt.
No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
You're under
Really
arrest.
Now, check this out.
Quit
You're
trying to murder
with
me.
a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
What's happening to
I'm
me?
using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing. It's the ULAN frequency blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at.
You should probably check on Kim. That's what good partners do.
Look back at Kim.
Right behind you, officer.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
Sounds like she knew someone who used to man one of those stations.
Oh.
But she won't tell you about her. Boy, you're one empathetic police officer to have guessed even that right now.
So, what we
Dang.
are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station.
I don't know what's
used
going on.
Specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing...
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break loose.
How did you get your hands on
I
this?
built it myself.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented, but we are beyond.
Oh yeah, way beyond.
Will I stay like this
No.
forever?
Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
This is all great, but let's talk about the man who was
Yeah,
killed.
let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not the cops, and of herself merely as prey.
Please, could you just turn it down so I can ask you
If
something?
you've got something really important to say, you could...
Turn this.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
She's carrying a two-barreled front loader. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this.
How did you know we were coming?
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
By hiding bullets under the floorboards?
So you found my shack, huh?
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
She didn't rat you out, by the way.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now. Hardy for one.
Preparing for the worst?
I was. Before I caught you in the pale latitude.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit. It was dark in the shack. The waves outside had calmed down. She looked at the loaded gun. Then she cracked the barrel open and took the bullet out. Not today.
Did you shoot Lely?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
Claus was the first to share her suspicions.
Oh. I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Titus told me. It took some convincing.
Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. And those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people whom people like.
A dull despair.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Wait, wasn't it you who called me the human camp opener?
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Honestly, I don't know how I do it. I just stumbled in here. Can you please explain this shit to me? I do it by asking questions, and I have some
like
for you.
What?
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
What would you say that Lely was a likable
like
person?
Him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
There's nothing more personal that you had against him. Perhaps his way with women.
You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me. And definitely not a reason.
See her confident gaze, her toned arms.
Oh.
Yeah, she wouldn't have had much trouble in the intimacy department.
You don't feel sympathy for the mercs?
Plenty
It's hard
of
work.
broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do.
Did you feel protective of the union?
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
She didn't hate it, okay?
Alright.
I'm listening.
You have an alibi for when Lely was shot?
I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you.
There were 10 minutes that you couldn't account
You mean
for.
the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time.
Our investigation has shown that 15 minutes was just enough time to
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
There is a secret way to from the first floor to of the whirling gig to the roof.
Don't know it. But also, the shot couldn't have come from the roof. Or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
You have a gun. I see it's a front loader. Do you have another gun?
Don't.
A breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
Where'd you get
the
it?
gun store. Trigger Happy Jacks.
That doesn't sound like the name of a real store.
What did you think? That I'm going to squeal in my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
I can't quite tell what kind of gun
I
it
knocked
is.
away 80 front loader. 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
There's other evidence I want to talk to you about.
Evidence.
You like
I
Cosga
consider
a lot.
her a good friend, yeah.
But you wanted to be more than just friends.
So that's where you were going with this.
She said you wanted to run away with her.
That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts we didn't want to catch up with us. And we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the back.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it.
Then what happened?
She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me. and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leaving me. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll...
No ill will there. It wasn't a problem for her.
Is peeping one of your hobbies?
I'm not following your clever insinuations, Detective.
There's a hole in the wall you can see into Claudier's room. I wouldn't blame you
If
if
I
you...
want to stare at a pretty girl, I can pick one up at a bar. Or, worst case scenario, look at a naughty photo. Who has time to go skulking about the whirling, drilling holes in walls?
Claudier looks like a girl in one of your posters. She seems to be your type.
What the fuck, man? She's everyone's type. She's your type. Are you sure you're...
She's beginning to suspect you've broken into her lorry now.
So you haven't been watching Claudier through a hole in the wall?
Look, she has an effect on people. That je ne sais quoi that makes it impossible not to look at her when she walks into the room, and very difficult to look at. For the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object of desire, she's not irreplaceable.
Said you got very angry when she started seeing Lily, threatened her?
Yeah. One time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy.
And despite everything, you helped her by staging the lynching.
Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer. Go ahead.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
You like to hang out on rooftops.
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
Is that the only reason you hung out on the roof?
The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Claudia.
What's so great about her antenna?
It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM.
So you're sure you didn't shoot the merc from the roof?
Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar.
Did you leave any flowers for Claudier on the roof?
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
Okay.
So now I'm leaving revolutionary...
Was that pity? For you? She sees you're grasping for straw.
I never did understand why, when someone dies, a hothouse's worth of flowers has to die too.
You know what? Fair enough. So you didn't leave her
I
Mary
did
Bells.
not.
You're running drugs for the Union. I've been through your lorry.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
That really comes as a blow to her.
No, you didn't. I found my own way in.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drugs?
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
You had a financial incentive to kill the merc.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against...
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
But you're threatening us with it.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious.
There's a sinister note in her voice. Even with the gun and the compressor, she's afraid of you.
Let's take a step back.
More questions before doing anything.
Who killed the merc if it wasn't you?
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any use for...
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice.
Police radio?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
What happened Sunday night? Tell me your version.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then she sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
Did she also seem high to you?
Yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first.
This woman has seen people OD. Glacier wasn't quite there yet, so why worry?
Glacier said you knew something was wrong immediately?
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But she asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities and...
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
Glacier said you seemed to have a plan prepared when you got there.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
I'm sorry?
She looks shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out, but framed.
Her idea?
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the...
Glacier knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise.
That's bad that she'd be so calm.
I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
You think she killed Laylee
As
herself?
I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going, fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
If you didn't kill him, why hide?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
What do you mean, La Puta Madre?
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Oh, that's not good for me.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Who's everyone? How do you know this?
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
What's my name? If you know that about me, you must know my name.
Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to La Puta Madre.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. Criminals make up. All of this just means that you're effective. Criminal, I don't know. Sounds pretty convincing to me.
I've heard he's dangerous,
Is that
right?
a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
I know I'm supposed to know all this, but I lost my memory.
Sure.
She doesn't be.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
What did you do to this Madre?
Lori. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition?
She's not going to change her mind that easily. Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
All right. 83% chance. We nailed it. I really just want this noise gone. I was hoping that it was going to increase my odds.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell. But
you okay, Kim?
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage.
Oh, fuck it.
What are you doing?
Problem solving.
Ma'am, put the gun down.
Oh, yes it is.
All right, we gotta Roderick, convince her to put the gun down. Come on!
She's truly
yes!
desperate. She thinks she has no other options. You need to give her, you know.
Maybe I can still talk her out of it.
This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives.
I wish I could just let you go, but I have to follow protocol.
She pulls the trigger before you finish your sentence. You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
It's our
We are
fault.
cops. Everything is our fault if we let it be.
I failed to talk her down.
Control your emotions. We did our job. This won't be the worst thing that happens to us on this case. Believe me, you can't let this break.
There is no coming back from this one. It will stay with you in nightmares.
What did we just do?
It went really bad.
She died. How can he be so cold?
Fuck.
Get a hold of yourself. He needs your support now, too.
Okay, okay. What do we do now?
We clean up. It may take days for processing to pick up her body. That tent there. Yes?
Alright. Well, this went horribly. Cooking utensils. She has prepared herself porridge with bananas. Hey, I got healing items
plain
back.
red tent stands by despite it was pitched by practiced hands. She was used, you see, a rolled up sleeping bag.
We should put her in the sleeping bag, so the rats don't get to her.
The lieutenant nods.
So we're gonna move her into the tent.
There she lies, cocooned in the sleeping bag, surrounded by empty magazines. You should look through them.
Shine your flashlight on the books and magazines.
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook. You pocket the worn brown leather journal. She watches by.
We should read this immediately.
Wow. Okay.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
Examine
It's
the cover.
made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name. Chanel. This was important to her when it was still hers. The journal
Unwind the strap.
falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
Study the
large
handwriting.
cursive of someone who writes quick, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny... It's a
Flip
mix
through
of
the pages.
logistical notes, diagrams, and personal...
We could learn a lot from this.
What kinds of
Hard to tell
logistics?
exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like...
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes.
Professionalism is his coping mechanism.
What are the diagrams
Esoteric
of?
radio technology. The most
Okay.
recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor.
Anything
Short,
personal?
wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them.
How far back do the entries
The
go?
first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
What did she write the day Laylee
Nothing
died?
on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. loyal to a fault. Except, but that's enough. She is referring to betraying her previous employer. Does this suggest she did it in self-defense?
Anything about La Puta Madre?
That name isn't mentioned as far. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th.
Read the entry from March 9th
Correct.
first.
M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. This must be a mistake.
Am I sure this is a mistake?
Whatever you may look like, you don't feel like a hired assassin.
Read the entry from March 12th.
Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures, first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receipt. The entry ends abruptly.
What about the most recent entry?
The most recent entry, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man,
I don't think she killed the mercenary. It looks like she...
This whole thing was a detour, and a fatal one. Don't get emotional.
What do you mean,
by the
Frank?
Hardy Boys? By Classier? By us?
Kim, am I really a La Puta Madre agent?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you...
His trust is well placed. You aren't. You can feel it.
Classier was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or...
But no one heard the shot.
Maybe she had an accomplice. Either way, one thing is for certain. We have business...
One more door.
Yep, one more door.
There is no way to open the supply depot door. Accept it. You cannot open all the doors. You have to integrate this into your character. Some doors will forever remain closed, even if every single other door will open at one time or another. Maybe to a key, or maybe to some sort of tool meant for opening doors. But this one will never accede to such commands. A realization crucial to personal growth. Crucial.
-1 Half-Life, no fear. All Psyche white checks are unlocked. Okay. We're gonna just make a new save. However, I do think that was a very intense ending point. I feel good about ending the stream here. It has been a show, that's for sure. There's a lot. There was a lot. Like, oh my God. There's so much that happened. I'm so like, I need time to process. That's it. That's just all there is to it. I need time to process. But if you enjoy the show and you're on Twitch, please hit the follow button. And if you're on YouTube, hit the like and subscribe buttons for me. It means the world. In the meantime, we will be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Mountain Time. In the meantime, stay safe, stay healthy, and I will see you next time. Goodbye, everybody.